Can we have one house, please?
That's enough. And I was supposed. I don't know because that's the
A very successful project that has seen the educational development, inclusiveness of girl child in Katsina. But before the arrival of Her Excellency, the special guest of honor to this occasion, the wife of the state governor, may I quickly recognize the presence of our royal father, the state PTA chairman, Muhammad Sada, who is here physically with us. He has been a mentor, a partner in educational development of Katsina State, especially the girl child. The district head of the Soma, the Elder Katsina senior member of the Katsina Emirate Council. You are highly welcome to this occasion, sir. May I also recognize the presence of the representative of the Emir of Tawara, Alhaji Umar Faruk Umar CON, who is ably represented by the deputy of Tawara, Alhaji Abba Yahya Bori. Your Highness, you are welcome. Let me also welcome the Chairman House Committee on Finance, the Honorable Member representing Musa constituency in the State Assembly, Honorable Lowell T. Yaro, who is here with us, Honorable Member representing Musa. You are highly welcome to this occasion. Let me also recognize the presence of a very good partner of girl, child, and child development in Katsina State, the Women Forum, under the umbrella of HILWA, the high-level women advocates in Katsina, under the chairperson, Honorable Maria Abdullahi, the Gabomba Poli. You are welcome to that. And I encourage the senior members of these high-level women in Katsina State. We have the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Lands and Survey, Katia Halima Oku. Katia, you are welcome. The first female doctor in northern Nigeria, Dr. Halima Yero Adamu, who is still active in the development of child, both female and male child in the state. Dr. Halima, you are welcome. We have in our midst the Provost, Isa Keta College of Education, Dr. Yes, he's here with us. Dr. Ismail Ado. Sir, can you stand up for recognition, please? You are highly welcome. We also have a pillar, a symbol of female education, accessible female, and the only one we have around. May I also recognize the presence of the state SBMC chairman, School-Based Management Committee, Alhaji Bello Dambo, Chairman Ugawa. So you are welcome. And we cannot afford to forget to welcome the UNICEF Chief of Field Office, Kano, in person of Mr. Michael Banda. He is here with us. So you are also welcome to this one-day closure for closing ceremony of GEF 3 in Katsina. We have the permanent member 2 from State University Education. You are welcome. I would like to also welcome all the education secretaries of the 34 local government areas of Katsina State. You are all welcome to these remarkable and august gathering.
No.
We're expecting high dignitaries, including Her Excellency, the wife of the state governor, and the chief of the field office, Colonel Ahmed Rahul Muhammad Farah, who will soon be with us for this event. GEF 3, as most of the stakeholders know, is a project that is targeting to increase access to all children, especially the girl child, to also improve teacher competency and governance to improve education for girl child. It is a project under Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office (CDO), which is being properly managed by the UNICEF in Katsina State. We had GEF 1, that is phase 1, from 2005 to 2007. From 2008 to 2011, we had GEF 2. And then from 2012 to this year, we had numerous activities under GEF 3, which is successful, and it is being winded up today. We are also expecting the captain of the ship, His Excellency, the Governor of Katsina State, Right Honorable Habib Ben Amsari, CFR, the Latin Katsina and Northern Hausa, who will round up the project and sign it out. Let me also recognize the presence of CBMC State Chairman, Alhaji Falolu Habibu Basari, is here. So you're welcome. All other distinguished dignitaries that have not yet received their names are duly and respectfully welcome to this occasion. I would like to also welcome our dear guests, the pupils from primary 4 to student of GSS in Katsina State. So our distinguished daughters, they are welcome, they are highly welcome and recognized. Please, can we all be seated? Can we all be seated, please? Can we all be seated? Can we all be seated, please? This is to welcome Her Excellency, the wife of the State Governor, Hajia Hadiza Aminu Masari. You are highly welcome, and our admiration. Can we put our hands together to please welcome Her Excellency, the wife of the State Governor, Hajia Hadiza Aminu Masari. Let me at this juncture invite the High Court Judge, Senior Advocate Justice Safia Badmasi to please come to the high table. May I also invite our own father, the Katsina District Court Head of Katsina, who is also the chairman of the state PTA, to please come to the high table. His Royal Highness the Emir of Daura is being represented by the babies in Daura, Haji Abaya Ori. They are also invited to the high table, please. Let me quickly invite the chairperson, Hirwa Ajia Maria Abdullahi, to also come to the high table. The UNICEF GEF 3 manager in 6 states, Mr. Michael Banda. Please, you are welcome to the high table. You are invited to the high table. Let me also recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Education, Professor Badmasi Longchanchi. They are also warmly welcome, along with the Provost, Isa Keita College of Education, Dr. Lola Ado, Ismaila Ado Fatwa. They are also invited and welcome to the activities. The Honorable Member and Chairman of House Committee of Finance, Alaji Lawal Tiyaro, Member representing Musa Constituency in the State Assembly, you are highly invited, please, to come to the high table. Your Excellency, the wife of the state governor, who is also to be the special, special guest of honor to this occasion, Ajia Hadiza Aminu Masari, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Education, Professor Abdelmasi Lord Church, our royal fathers from the Chairman Finance Committee, the Provost, Isakata College of Education, the Chief Judge, the Honorable Judge in Katsina State Judiciary, Justice Safia Badamasi, Gasayan, the Chairperson Gilwa, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Lands and Survey, who is also a senior member of FIRWA, Ajia Halima Othman, our mother, the girl child educational mentor, Dr. Halima Yawa Adamu, other senior women here present, the permanent member to Sabel, I'm directed to also invite you to the high table, please. The LDMC chairman, state chairman, also invited to the high table. The executive education pupils and students who the beneficiaries of GEF 3 in Katsina, particularly this morning, to witness the closure of Girls Education Project Phase 3, popularly known as GEF 3 in Katsina. Your Excellency, it is a project that was targeted at increasing access to all children, especially the girl child, to improve teacher competency and governance to improve education for girl child in Katsina State. It is a project under Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office CDO, and it is being managed by UNICEF. Your Excellency, today, as I said, we have come to round up the 10-year program, which was perfectly and successfully implemented in the Katsina State. May I therefore pray their indulgence to invite Alaji Ibrahim Idris Gora, a Sheikh, if he is here, brother, please to lead us in the opening prayer. Madam Ibrahim Idris Gora. Is that wrong? Give it to any Sheikh around to voluntarily offer the leading prayer, please. Very good. Alhamdulillah, thank you. May God grant our prayers. Your Excellency, we're very sorry. The EJ has now informed me that the national anthem is ready. So, can we please stand up to observe the national anthem? Thank you. Can we clap ourselves? Thank you, DJ. Your Excellency, all our other dignitaries, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, I would like to invite our chief host, the GEF 3 host in Katsina State, who is physically here with us, and is no other person than the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Education, Katsina State, Professor Badamasi Lawal Charanchete. Please give us the welcome address. Prof.
Quiet. Teachers, we don't talk when teachers are trying to make efforts. Please keep quiet. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency Masari, Dr. Hadida Amin Abdullah Masari, who is ably seated, you are welcome to this grand occasion. Permanent member one of the SUBEC, the chairman PTA of Dutherma, the SDMC chairman, Chairman Ngawa, the representative of the Dola Emirates, the Provost Isa Keita, our mothers who are ably seated with us, Hajia, Honorable Bakoli, and the only son in Katsina State, Mrs. Badamasi Sapia, Dr. Banda, who is ably seated, and his leader, the regional. Go ahead, Mr. Banda, give me the status. The chief of field officer, whose office is in Kano. All other important dignitaries. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, GEF 3 was in Katsina long before now. In 2005, it was in Katsina and named GEF 1 from 2005 to 2008. GEF 2 started 2009 to 2011, and GEF 3 started 2012 to today, 20. The last activity of the GEF, Girls Education Project, came up with 3 outputs that have been mentioned. The first output is to increase access among the girls in Katsina State. The second output is to improve teacher capacity and competency. And the third output is systems strengthening. Your Excellency, my ladies and gentlemen, all these activities that are happening in Katsina State are happening in improve the girl child education in Katsina State. UNICEF, we thank you most sincerely for bringing this particular project to Katsina State, which has no doubt improved the girl child education in Katsina State. Your Excellency, my other important dignitaries, I want to showcase the evidence of this improvement by making presentation of 2021 WIAC results. This will tell UNICEF that their presence in Katsina has done very well in improving girl child education in Katsina State. This parameter we want to showcase is the parameter on examination performance. And we decided to pick WIAC examination performance because it is an examination of performance of not only Nigeria but West Africa. All these simple activities and complex activities going on in Katsina State to improve girl child education, the result has proved to us that girl child education in Katsina State has significantly improved. In 2021, 10,441 girl students sat for SSC examination in 2021, in particular WIAC. His Excellency paid, His Excellency Right Hamid al-Masari paid for the examination fees of this 10,441. Out of this figure, sorry, 18,321 students sat for SSC examination, Your Excellency. Out of this figure, 10,441 are male, 7,880 are female, which is 58% higher than the male. Because out of the 10,441 males that sat for that examination, only 5,674, only 5,732 scored English, which is 54%. So in this regard, the girls score higher than the boys in English language. So kudos to UNICEF, kudos to GEF. In mathematics, the same performance, the girls are higher, 4,726, and the female 5,678. But because the number of the girls that sat for SSC examination was lower, now also they scored 58%. And the girls and the boys scored 53%, which is also high. Five credits including mathematics and English. Out of the total number I mentioned, 4,247 out of 7,880, the girls scored English and mathematics 53%, as against the male who scored only 48%. So in all these calculations, we are now saying we could clearly see the benefits of GEF 3 in Katsina State. Not only access, even in examination performance. By this result, the female students, Your Excellency, had performed better than the male students, and one of the contribution is the issue of GEF 3. So kudos to UNICEF and this particular program, GPE. On this note, I want to also say His Excellency Right Honorable Amin Bello Masari has been doing very well to improve or to sustain the activity. And I want to mention, because it is closing today, sustainability activity is on by Governor Amin Bello Masari administration. One, we have factored into the budget most of the GEF activities into the budget of Katsina State, particularly the annual school census, training of teachers, provision of runner materials. So this is to say, even after the closure of this activity, Katsina State has already factored this activity into the budget of Katsina State government for sustainability purpose. Lastly, we want to appreciate what has been done to Katsina State, and we want to sincerely continue to sustain the activities of GEF in Katsina State for us to improve the girl child education in Katsina State. Once more, thank you, and you are welcome to this particular event. Your Excellency, other members, important participants.
Thank you so much. And we expect no more than this from a professor, educationist, and the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Education for his Badamasi Law Charity. Can we please give him a round of applause to appreciate him? We also congratulate you on this wonderful performance of the girl child in the WAEC examinations as well as NECO. He had mentioned that 4,247 female students who sat for WAEC got 5 credits, including English and mathematics, which is a clear indication that these girl child can have automatic admission into any tertiary institutions across Nigeria. So we congratulate you for that wonderful achievement. We also thank GEF 3 the supporters of GEF 3, FCDO, and UNICEF who are managing this project, which has successfully been implemented in Katsina in the past 10 years. He has also mentioned that out of 7,880 people, it is very difficult in the previous year before the arrival of GEF 3 project in Katsina. This is another achievement of GEF 3 in Katsina State because it has transformed the performance of girl child in our secondary schools. So we would like to appreciate the supporters and sponsors of this project. And like he said, we call for sustainability of this project. Side by side with that, he said the Katsina State government has factored major project exercise under this project into the state. Distinguished, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this time I would like to invite the member representing Musa constituency to deliver a good message. Honorable members.
Your Excellency, the wife of the Executive Governor, Haja Hadiza Amin Bello Masari, my good friend, Professor, Amiable Commissioner of Education, teacher of 42 years, and he has shown to us that he is still a teacher. He is telling the gathering, quiet please. We know you are still active, Prof. Let me at this juncture crave your indulgence to sit on the already established protocol because of time. Thank you so much. Ours from the State House Assembly, we have 5 key points to highlight and commend the gathering and UNICEF. First of all, we appreciate and commend the partnership of UNICEF for almost 30 years in the state. I was lucky when I was in the service to come across GEF 3 because formerly I was a civil servant and I still cherish civil service. It's a very good environment. I would love to be back to that service either on contract or on volunteer. Professor, take note, please. When I was in the service, I came across GEF 3 while we were implementing GPE NAPED. We were moving hand in hand. Actually, if somebody comes to partner with you, the only thing you can do is to say thank you, appreciate him, and encourage him to do more for you. Like Nigeria said, Katsina State and Nigeria is just like Oliver. Oliver who needs more. We need more. You are saying this is a closure. Well, officially and formally it is a closure, but then informally in this environment, it is a semester vacation. We wish that you come back again to support us. If the chief is here, Mr. Mutaga is here, please, you are on semester vacation. We shall need your support to come back, please, to continue giving us support because you have seen the results. The commissioner has outlined the results. You have seen what is happening based on the support you are giving. Therefore, please, when you finish your vacation, come back to Katsina State. Let me also commend our amazing mothers, that is Hilwa, for their untiring support. They have been supporting our program, supporting the state government. All through these programs, Hilwa is there for all of us, mediating, midwifing, connecting, and reconnecting. It's really amazing that we have people here that can anchor and scale up Development Partners program so that it will see the light of the day. Hilwa, I commend your effort. Now back to our basic duty, that is registration. The Honorable House of Assembly in Katsina State is also worthy of commendation from you, the gathering here, because under this 7th legislature, we were able to legislate. We are going to conduct a public hearing. After that, we are going to further law. That is 35% women representation in educational management. You rest assured that the State House Assembly will always be available for you when it comes to legislation and support, especially on education programs. Secondly, number 4, the commissioner said they have factored into the budget the cost of conducting annual school census. Yes, it's always been there, and we have been helping. Another thing is that we are now going to create another provision to support and sustain the activities of UNICEF when they go on semester vacation. I think if we can reflect, the statistical data the commissioner outlined now is enough for us to ensure and to make sure that when they are on vacation semester, please, when you come for budget events, ensure that sustainability provision, budgetary allocation that concerns projects executed by UNICEF are factored into the budget and we facilitate so that when they come back, let them see that you have already started holding the tempo and you maintain the tempo so that when they come back, they will be happy. Please do that. In conclusion, because mine is a short one, let me appreciate the gatherings here. that were focal people of UNICEF, anchor people of UNICEF, whoever that was there for UNICEF to ensure the success of their program. From the ministry, SUBEP, SAME, other NGOs that are here, we commend you for supporting UNICEF and we commend you for supporting us. Our royal fathers, especially my right-hand man, he knows, that is the Andakan Katsina, who have been moving up and down with him to ensure that education is uplifted from the beginning to the end. Up to this time, he's not tired. I am also not tired. The state SVMC chairman, my senior brother, I also commend your efforts because I know the hard times we have been faring with you. Despite your age, you are always there for us. It's commendable also. In conclusion, let me pray to UNICEF and everybody that is here that let us hold the mantle of leadership and continue to mentor and guide our children for a brighter future. Thank you so much.
That has been a goodwill message from the State Assembly, delivered by the Chairman House Committee on Finance, Honorable Lawal T. Yaro. Sir, we thank you for this, and we thank you for heading the enactment of the law on false rating, and we want to appreciate you for that. We also want to thank the House for all it has been doing to ensure that the child is protected, whether female or male child in Katsina State. Your Excellency, permit me at this juncture to invite another female mentor who is the only one in northern Nigeria, the only one in Katsina State and the northwest zone. Justice Satya Padamasi, SAM, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to give us a little message.
Thank you very much. Also, Your Excellency, our mother, the wife of the governor of the state, Dr. Hadiza Aminu Bello Masari, Honorable Commissioner of Education, my father, Professor Badamasi Taranchi, our royal fathers, Chairman Helwa, other members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, mentor Dr. Lwa Adamu. She was my mentor. Let me start by appreciating UNICEF, although so many appreciations have been pouring in, but we cannot thank UNICEF enough for what they have been doing, what they have done in Katsina State, the interventions, the projects, especially in the education sector. Also, HIRWA and other state and non-state actors for their intervention, assistance, and support for the education sector. As a beneficiary of education, I will personally assist in the promotion of girl child education whenever the need arises. And as a judicial officer, I assure you that myself and my brother judges in the High Court will do anything possible to implement any law that has been passed or that will be passed in relation to education, especially girl child education. Assurance, we thank everybody for the support of education. Thank you so much.
Thank you most sincerely, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Justice Safia Barmasi, for this wonderful remark. Your Excellency, it is now my honor and privilege to invite the managers of the three Katsina State, the UNICEF. When we say UNICEF in Katsina, the first thing to come to mind is the chief of the field office Kano, Mr. Ahmed Rihud Muhammad Farah. He's here with us and he will speak to us on this three project. So you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Her Excellency, the wife of the Executive Governor of Katsina State, the Honorable Commissioner of Education, State SP, MP, State PTA Chairman, and State Helwa Chairman. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Allow me to stand on all existing protocols. It is my pleasure to participate in the official closure of the Girls Education Project 3, which is started in 2012 and has been implemented for 10 years. Even though today we in fact an occasion to renew UNICEF long-term partnership on education with the government of Katsina and other education stakeholders in the state. The renewed partnership benefits from 10 years worth of experience, of shared vision, achievements, lessons learned, and indeed challenges that hinder our collective efforts in providing education for all children. With the wealth of experience, we are today much better equipped to tackle persistent challenges that face education, including emerging ones such as insecurity and the impact of COVID-19. Some of you may have recalled that about 3 months ago, I visited Katsina State in relation to the education program during which we launched a cash transfer program worth of 362 million of beneficiaries for Inca 4, Mani, and Senegal Gas of Katsina State. And today, I'm very pleased to say that 20,802 out of school children, boys and girls in Darfur, Mani, and Senegal GLA now enrolled and attending school because of this joint effort. It is paramount that it must continue to ensure that these children stay in school, learn, and complete a full cycle of basic education. The Girls Education Project 3 sought to ensure more girls are enrolled, completed basic education, and acquired skills for life and livelihood in the northern of Nigeria. The project, supported by UNICEF and implemented in partnership with the federal and state government through the Ministry of Education, State Universal Basic Education Board, state agencies for mass education, and local government education authorities. It is funded by the government of the UK through the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO. The Girls Education Project 3 was implemented in 6 northern Nigerian states, which have a higher burden of out-of-school children, girls, namely Katsina, Kano, Bauchi, Niger, Sokoto, and Zamfara. As we close GP3 project, let's briefly reflect on some of the key achievements. On access to learning, the partnership achieved an enrollment of 1.5 million girls in schools, removed barriers to learning for over 50,000 boys and girls through cash transfers, and changed partnership saw an overall improvement in the 6 states from 22.6 to 33.7%. With Katsina State having the highest increase from Katsina State having the highest increase from 27 to 42%. The rate of early marriage under 19 in target states decreased from 49.3 to 30%. Thanks to the partnership with the high-level women advocates and others who have actually contributed to this great success. Katsina State must be commended for passing the new legislation on children access to basic education in Katsina State. We also commend the efforts of Katsina State to improve and protect child rights in Katsina State by passing the child rights bill. That's really very commendable. In terms of gender parity in primary, overall improved from 0.71% to 0.87%. And Katsina State again registered the greatest improvement from 0.7% to 0.99%. This is almost, the state has now enrolled nearly an equal number of girls in primary as that of boys. This is very commendable. There are other key structural achievements because the educational system is strengthening programs such as creation of school-based management committees, the SPMCs, the center-based management committees, and the other groups which are critical in the provision of a strong and shared leadership with school management. Other achievements include capacity development of the education management information system, the EMIS, team at school, LTAs, and state levels, as well as head teacher capacity development, the school records keeping, and overall management. GPS3 invested heavily in teacher development, which led to a great improvement in learning outcomes, as the percentage of teachers in integrated Quranic schools who demonstrated minimum teaching competency because of being trained has increased by 30% compared to 12% baseline. Impacting on learning outcomes for pupils was increased marginally by 2% points baseline to 4% during the same period. Despite these considerable achievements of the project, there is still a huge need to invest more in education and girls' education in Nigeria, particularly in Katsina State and in the northwest of Nigeria, to ensure that all children have an equal opportunity to quality education. And we all need to make sure that no girls, no boy is left behind. On behalf of UNICEF Nigeria Country Office, I would like to appreciate the generous and continuous support provided by the donor and the great leadership role played by the government of Nigeria in the implementation of the GEF project. I would also like to appreciate the role played by the state universal basic education, local government education authorities, and the partnership with community structures, including women, champions, traditional and community leaders, for achieving these commendable results in girls' education in Nigeria. UNICEF is particularly very grateful to SCDO for the considerable financial investment in girls' education program in northern states of Nigeria. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you for this presentation. The Chief of Field Office, UNICEF Kano, Mr. Ahmed Rahul Muhammad Farah, who has virtually symbolically agreed that this project will be sustained because the sustainability of any project is based on its achievements. And he has given us the scorecard of GEF 3 in Katsina, and we have had numerous achievements, especially when he said that Katsina State is the highest in girl child education, which has moved from 27% to 42%, courtesy of this project. He has also mentioned that Katsina State, in terms of girl child enrollment in schools, has moved from 0.3% to 0.9%, which is almost equal to boys' enrollment in schools. And he has also talked about the capacity management and information system, the head teacher capacity building, which has graciously and have been implemented under this GEF 3, and it has been successful. Mr. Farah, we want to congratulate you on these wonderful achievements. We thank the financial commitment of FCDO and you, the managers of the program in Katsina State. So we wish to see you after the round-off of this project again. Your Excellency, at this juncture, I would like to invite a partner to the implementation of this project, who is the high-level women advocates for association in Katsina State, Emily, led by Hajia Honorable Maria Abdullahi. MMR, they can come.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, wife of the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Hajia Dr. Hadiza Aminu Bello Masari, the Honorable Commissioner of Education, all protocol duly and respectfully observed. Mine is going to be brief one because I've been given only 2 minutes to give a goodwill message. The goodwill message will delve more on appreciation. But then before I start appreciating, let me mention just a few achievements we have had since our inception. UNICEF is an initiative, HILWA is an initiative of UNICEF. It was initiated and established in the year 2014, making us 8 good years now. Within that short period of time, I want to say that HILWA is now a household name. It has given us that opportunity to know more about the children in our state, and we have dealt more on enrollment, retention, transition, and completion to school. So I'm proud to say that Katsina State has had a very remarkable improvement in that. Very definite about that. We have succeeded in having the State House of Assembly to establish a law making it mandatory for every child of school age to go to school. That one is another big achievement for us. like I mentioned, Katsina State has moved out from what it was at the time we started to what it is today. On this note, I'd like to appreciate all the good work UNICEF has brought into this state. Special appreciation goes to our donor agencies, the FCDOs, and all. Really, thank you. We appreciate all the Ministry of Education, SUBEB, and all the education agencies we've been working with. They have cooperated with us. They are always there whenever we need them. We thank you very much. I wish to thank our traditional leaders that have given us tremendous assistance, as well as the Islamic ulamas, also our stakeholders. We have quite a number of stakeholders, such as the media houses, who have been giving us all the necessary publicity we want. I want to salute my team, the Hilwa members, for their untiring efforts. They're all the time there, working endlessly. I salute you. Once again, we thank UNICEF. Words are not enough for me to express my appreciation. Mongoli, kwarai da gaske, Mongoli, and I want to assure you that
The Katsina district do some to speak to us in 2 minutes. I don't know whether I was speaking in the traditional way. When I get in the day,
The house is there. Because it's one about 3 or 4 cups here. So
yes, sir.
don't the house at the camera.
Yes, so much.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Kuma matan gwamnan jihar Katsina, jihar Hadiza Aminu Bello Misali. Babban yayana kuma kwamishinan ilimi na jihar Katsina, Professor Fadanasi Jaranci. To, na hannun hagu na da ba na dinga da hannun ma ka kuma hannun hagu na ke. Na rabu da ba. Ai hakuri, ni ma zan tsaya kan abin da aka tabbatar da shi na jerin girma ko jerin da ya sa. Na farko dai zan mu Allah godiya da yawan dama muka haɗu kuma a wannan rana kan abin da ya shafi al'ummar mu ta jihar Katsina. Magana gaskiya ne abin da zan yi magana a kan shi bai wuce ni ma in bi abin da mata yayata honorable Mara ta yi magana a kan shi na godiya ne kuma. Saboda duk wanda ya zo da wani abu na alkhairi abin da ya shafi al'ummar jihar Katsina wallahi mu ya taimaka wa. Balantana ya mata. Mu ba abin da za mu sai dai mu ce Allah saka alkhairi. A yi hankali ina magana ba wai a matsayin na PTA can ba kuma a'a. Ina magana a matsayin na dakan Katsina, hakimin dutsen ma kuma a yanzu wakil mai martaba sarki. Kuma na mai martaba sarkin birnin Gwari da ya ce mu ba 'yan siyasa ba ne, amma mu fi kowa siyasa. Siyasa mu al'umman mu ita ce siyasa. Duk wanda ya zo da wani abu alkhairi wallahi muna tare da shi. Inda ya shafi al'umma. Duk wanda ya zo da wani abu aka san to wallahi muna tare da shi. Dan ko ce wani abu ya faru ya excellency. Kun san halin da muke ciki dutsen ba. Wani kalle ne ce wani ta sa da gudu amma ina da gida kan ne da ku suna. Nace mishi ne me kazina. In bar mu al'umma ba. Akwai da haka muka yi da riman kan. Da aka kashe ira kamar da musa. Aka ce mishi ga su can za su shiga safana. Ni mun magana da yana nan cikin gari. sai aka rana ce a gashin ya tayi ya shiga safani yanzu na kira shi na kai da kake safani ce a'a dan daga dan gamta magarawa ya shiga safani da ce shi ranka da ai habu ya hito ya ce wallahi ba inda zan in ban mu mutane in ban mu jama'a ba in ban jama'a ta ruwa to haka take duk wanda ya zo da na ba alkhairi gare na al'umma wanda shi al'umma wallahi muna tare da shi maganar ilimin ƴaƴa mata kan ai kowa ya sani turawa sun faɗi educate a girl child you educate a nation but if you educate a girl child you educate an individual only ita uwa ita mace ita za ta fara tarbiyyantar da ɗa to ilimin ta kyau da amfani in ba ta ilimin nan ba ya za ta tarbiyyantar da shi da kyau so UNICEF muna godiya kwarai da gaske muna fatan wannan ba ya zama hukunta yake nan ba a'a kamar yadda dan uwa na faɗi na hannun haguna ku dawo ya zama to zama break kuka tafi semester break kamar yadda yake muna godiya ga Allah subhanahu wataala kuma muna ƙara yaba mu gwamnatin jihar Katsina kan jajircewa da ta yi kan waɗannan abubuwa na taimaka ma al'umma kuma abin da za mu sai sai mu Allah saka muku da alkhairi a kai godiya mu wurin girma gwamna a cikin muna godiya kwarai da gaske kuma muna tabbatar da goyon ba da bisa ɗari ta abin da shi a al'umma jihar Katsina da kirki wannan aka kawo shi yana yi kuma abin za mu ci sai mu Allah saka muku da alkhairi Allah shi ne saka ya ta alkhairi Allah ya mishi saka ya ta alkhairi da fatan duk muka tashi nan Allah mai da kwa gidan shi lafiya na gode Allah saka da
Thank you, Your Excellency. That has been the State PTA Chairman, who is now doubling as the representative of the EMA of Katsina, Dr. Abdulmini Kabir Osman CFR. May God the Almighty give him a quick recovery and return to his people. MashaAllah. May he return to our safely. Okay. Mai girma uwar gidan gwamnati a Katsina, Dr. Hadiza Aminu Masari. Coincidentally, I didn't tell you she's my teacher. She was my teacher. She taught me in the primary school. So I'm still a pupil. So my mentors here are numerous. Your Excellency, GEF 3 kin ji ayyuka irin da ke a jihar Katsina ta kawo sauyi kwarai da gaske ga rayuwar 'ya'ya mata musamman ta fannin ilimi da sauran harkokin rayuwa. Saboda haka a yau wannan shiri shekarar shi goma da farawa kashi uku daga shekara ta 2012 zuwa shekara ta 2022 da ke ciki sun shekara goma da ciki. Kafin nan shekara ta 2002 har zuwa 2007 sun yi kashi na farko. Daga 2008 zuwa 2011 suka yi kashi na biyu. To gabaki ɗaya an ce wannan program ko project ya kashe zunzurutun kuɗi a jihar Katsina kimanin naira miliyan 11,000 wajen tallafawa ilimin ɗaya mata jihar Katsina. This project has spent about 11 billion naira for the progress, development, education of girl child in Katsina State. Therefore, we are highly appreciating the supporters of this program, FCDO, as well as the managers of the project, the UNICEF kind of office. Your Excellency, it is my honor and privilege to now invite you to declare this program closed, but not closed forever. For a vacation, like the honorable member has requested. So when I get to the Bawar Gidan Gwamnati Jihar Katsina, that if you want aiki da aka yi na tsawon shekara 10 na kirkiri a jihar Katsina, da fatan za su sake dawowa su ci gaba. Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. an umarce ni da cewa kamar yadda ‘yan ƙasa yi magana da Hausa ni ma in fi sauran shi. Don haka ina mai farin ciki da ganin wannan taro mai muhimmanci. Taro dai inda aka ce ko da ‘ya'yan mata guda 5 ne ake a promoting ɗinsu wani abin alfahari ne a wurin mu. Ala kulli halin ‘ya'ya mata da mata su ne gida, babu su gida babu shi. Muna gode ma yin son da abubuwan da suka kawo mu tun daga na farko da na biyu da na uku wanda abin alfahari ne a gare mu. Sannan fanni na education su ma sun yi ƙoƙari na haɓasa yaya za a yi a ƙara promotion na karatun 'ya'ya mata da maza. A nan sai muka ga cewa ashe matan sun yi maza ƙoƙari. Sai da aka duba sai muka ga haka. Wata rana na taɓa zuwa ɗan Hilwa sun gayyace ni in zo in ga wani event da suka yi. Sai nan da na kansu na ɗauka cewa bayan ramu bane na Katsina na ɗauka a garin Katsina. Ta haka zuwan wannan university da support da Hilwa ke badawa abin alfahari ne a wurin gaskiya yawancin su da ba mu ci ma buri ba. Da haka mu ne muku godiya da abin da kuke yi kuma na ƙara gode muku da Allah ku ci gaba. A nan ina ƙara godiya ina da uwata da abin alfahari a gare mu da Halima Adamu wanda ita ce mace ta farko a cikin garin da tana mana ta zama likita. Wanda mun san da su a cikin koyi a gare ka a bakin daya. Muna fata wanda duk ya zo wannan taro Allah ya mai da shi gidan shi lafiya. Muna roƙon UNICEF kuma da Allah a yi ana mai da
that has been
na rike taro kamar yadda aka umarce ni Allah ubangiji ya albarkaci wannan taro Allah ya sa wannan za a yi wannan ya tabbatar da alheri.
cewa da kuma abubuwan gidan gwamna kafin mai ban kwana da ke akwai yarinya guda halartar wannan program suka samu abin nan. Mansura za ta jaba godiya da excellency gare ki. Yes, Mansura, she is a beneficiary of this project. Girl for Girl, G4G, Mansura Ibrahim, she is from Government Day Sunday School 3D.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Good day to you all. Protocol suites. I am Mansura Ibrahim Bani, the student of Government Day Junior Secondary School. I came from New York Government Katsina State of Nigeria. I standing here hereby humbly express my sincere interest in this place. I think some important things are part of G4G, like building confidence. Confidence generally refers to a sense of comfort with yourselves and your instincts, your beliefs, that you can trust, abilities, and knowledge and judgments. G4G gave right to know our education rights in education section. G4G helped us to know how to maintain and prevent ourselves during menstruation. G4G empowering girls with information and knowledge to build a capacity that they can stand with themselves. G4G empowering girls with life skills. G4G empowering girls with life skills and knowledge that they can stand with themselves and encouraging and complete their education so they can stand with themselves. Conclusively, everyone be safe. Thanks. I hope my phone be a joy and I hope everyone back his home in normal circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. This project closed. The DJ to give us the presentations are there for the education of the UNICEF and Minister of Please, we shall all remain seated while Her Excellency is relieved to go and attend some engagements. The presentations will continue. So we would like to emphasize that all stakeholders are to remain seated for the next end of this program, which is going to be presentations as scheduled. Therefore, we are only bidding a farewell and seeing off Her Excellency, the wife of the state governor, Ajah Dr. Hadiza Amin Masari, off. And we come back here to continue with the agenda for this program. Let's be seated, please. be seated? The technical session will continue. Hello? Hello, Sanusi? Please, can we be seated? Hello, please, can we all be seated? The technical session will continue. One house, please. One house, please. Sanusi? Please, can we get seated? Please. Please, can we be seated? Thank you very much. One house, please. One house, please. One house, please. Can we all be seated? How instruction there, please. Thank you. You know when I know that I'm calling. Thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is now time. We are going to gender parity index. For every 10 girls, the boys, there were only 3 girls in school. But the enrollment drive campaign, house-to-house campaign, enrollment drive validation pushed the bar to where we are now, up to 0.9. 0.9 means for every 10 boys, there are 9 girls in school. One of the major factors then that students do not stay in school, besides the school being far or classrooms are not conducive, there is also the quality of teachers. But this has started from STUMEC, student, teacher, mentoring and counseling in GEF 1, SBTD, student-based teacher development in GEF 2, and all other capacity building, including the runner light, and the Husky model of teaching in GEF 3. These are not only coincidental capacity building, but they are deliberate, because in 2005, only 3.5 to lessons following the thematical quota. But recent researches, for example, the EGRA and the EGMA, suggested that about 48% of the same teachers can now be able to deliver lessons using effective lesson delivery and child-centered approach. Not only this, there is also a capacity from the community level. Women participation has increased, community support and participation has also increased. Some of the indicators that can justify this is the enrollment drive validation. When you hear about the importance of education, or it is time to enroll girls in school, they will tell you during Jumat prayers, during social gathering, in the naming ceremony. That is to say, communities have improved in their ownership of this project. In terms of data quality, it will interest you to know that in 2005, the state was reporting data at zonal level, only 7 zonal quality assurance offices. And 2005 was the time when EMIS was established in the country. I will tell you that then, after data collection, which is always championed by the Federal Ministry of Education, the booklets are being taken to the NEMIS office in Abuja, where data entry was conducted. Many a times, the state will end up having even misspelling and mismatch of schools because somebody somewhere did the entry. At the end of the day, we will receive a complete report and work with it. But because of series of capacity building, NEMIS capacity assessment, training of teachers, currently, in the last 3 years, it is the people, the NEMIS people at the state level that will conduct the TOT, do the training for the enumerators, follow up with the data collection, support the data entry, do the data cleaning, and produce a report, and then disseminate it to stakeholders. So you can see the history of capacity building that happened over a period from 100% support to 100% sustainability. Not only this, currently all development partners rely on NEMIS data for reporting. So we have moved away from where we have different nodes of data. Now we have NEMIS data. NEMIS data is the only source for basic and post-basic planning and reporting. You always realize that
when education MDs are making presentation, they will mention annual school census data and they will compare with the progress they make. This means there had been a capacity shift positively. Now I will tell you, not only one MS officers, we have more than 15 trained MS people in Subek, in the ministry, in SANI, that can be able to analyze data and interpret it. So this knowledge cannot be taken away from the state, even when FCU is closing today. So part of the take home is that there has been a capacity shift. I remember those days in 2005 when consultants have to develop a proposal and give to the focal persons. But now I know that focal persons have improved capacity. Not only them, their assistants can develop proposals, can write reports, can submit reports with the support of the consultant. This means there is also a gradual shift and a progress. And this is one of the best inks that will be left in the state, even when FCDO is closing the curtain for GEF education project testing. I will give you an example with myself. When GEF 3 came in 2005, I was a projector operator. I only operate the projector when presentation was made. But courtesy of the capacity building from UNICEF, we had to reach a level where 12 of us were consultants, M&E consultants in the country, managing GEF education project, up to the level where we took office like project coordinators. So this is not an easy task. It means that besides everything, UNICEF is able to build
to introduce the technical session, but in the end, we have had the first presentation from him. So we consider this a presentation because you have said that the session, technical session, involves telling stories about the success, benefits of the GEF 3 in Katsina State. And here you are telling us what you have succeeded in doing and the benefits you got out of these projects, especially in capacity building. So thank you so much. Can we please give you another round of applause? The Honorable Commissioner, Education, Professor Badamasi Law, the High Court Justice Safia SAM, the Chief of Field Office Kano, Muhammad Farah, and the manager of the 6 states under this project, Mr. Michael Banda, the Provost, Isa Keta College of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the second segment of the closure of this program, which involves the technical session where we will listen to the beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries of the project. But before then, permit me to invite the Navy group, the cultural group, from Katsina History and Culture Group to entertain us. Just, you have 3 minutes in every group. You know they said, walk, no play, next just a door boy. So we want to avoid that. Next, if you have 3 to 5 minutes to please present your message.
I think that I can have a shakari one to allow you in the land. How did I have a bumper here? Yeah? Say,
Yawwa, to ai kin gani zan je taro sosai ke.
Taro ba kake.
Ai da gaske, ana taro yau. Kuma da masaki na zani.
Ka ce ma ba taro za ka ba a ranar fara ba.
A'a, shin ai ce in za ka roƙo ka je da babban masaki. Bari in ga miki gaske. Roƙon da za ni ba ni kaɗai zan ba kaina ba, amma sai na fara yin godiya. Yawwa, ina waɗannan turanci bai na ba.
da yin sai ina yin sai hukumar na tara to taimakon da ake yi tun daga shekarar 2012 zuwa yau mun karu sosai mun gode da irin abu kin san da yanzu ba kaman ma ya mata daga firamare zuwa sakandare gane suna cikin jarabawa su kansu yanzu an ɗauki malamai da yawa a ma'aikatar ilimin gwamnatin jihar Katsina ko ba haka ba yanzu dan Allah ba ku ga bambanci ba tun daga ƙauyuka ma zuwa ɗaya
yawan ma irin bambanci da za ka faɗi ba cikin binni ba a radu duk karkarar nan da cikin jihar nan ba inda ba su samu waɗanda lokaci ba na wannan abu da ake yi yanzu tsaya ka ci shin sha ake yi da yaran mu ɗan mata haidar su yi kamar yanzu suna kai tafiya shirin tafiya ba ta gyaɗa ko ba haka ba a radu yanzu har su gama sakandare ya sunan tafiya firamare sai su tafi kashe ta biyu sakandare ko yaki da jahilci sai shari tsayane ne gida su jari sakandare sannan kuma su gama a rasu su yi gaba a ƙarshen ba iya faɗin sunan ta ha gaskiya a ban iya ba.
Kin san shi kwamishinan ilimi kin san shi ko a profesa
na rage da wani ne
to lokacin ake cin gaba dasha za ki ɗan su jawo Allah ya yi gyara
wannan irin jawo ya san shi ne
to yanzu haka yake hawa ya je makarantun ƙauyuka ya je da binni ya tabbatar cewa ilimi na tsaya shi za ki ga an ya rage mai
sarki
ya ce shi
ba sarkin aiki
ya ce ba zai shi amana gwamna ba gwamna ya ɗauka mai amana ya ce na ɗauka na ita ce wuri tare
tafiya za ka yi a wurin taron ko na san kuma a radu akwai mata ne dan girman Allah ne na haɗa ka da girman Allah ne ka ga dai girma kake a radu ne ni ka kama kanka ni ba irin wannan ba ne nake maka ni idan ka je wurin taron nan ne ni ka zama makamu in dai wurin mata ne ka koma gefe kana saurare aure
yanzu sai wata ɗan gwamnati ya kwaje wa ta gani cikin zama to sai ce na an sako
amma kashe a ba
kuma ga gwamnati na koshi an nan sadaki ma sai
kashe ba ka so a rada kashe ba ka so dai ba ka
raba ko ne sai ki
kashe
wata ta hakura
ai na ɗauka wata matsala
Muhammad na Muhammad. Wani ne ya ke?
Gani nake garin kamar cike da mota ta nan hada.
Kai albishirin ka. Ai duk abin da aka ce harkar ilimi ce, ai an gama da kowa.
Harkar ilimi ce.
Alaikum.
Shi yasa ya ne ta ganin sakatarorin ilimi na gada da hukumomi. An da wannan ɗan idan da sunan shi a wani ɗan da ake kira su azaba.
Observer.
Na ba ta gara.
Kurkuri ce. Haka shi ke sani. Ya je ya mutu sun ba shi ba ka san kowa. Ni ba ai mutan nan karamin kwamishina muke ce. Ka san ko taro ake da kwamishina ne zai zo alhamdulillah sai kwamishina ya ce ina na ba ta gara ce. Abin da ke faruwa. Wato idan muka lura idan ka bi makarantu kamar firamare daga aji 1, 2, 3, 4 wallahi ba wanda za ka ba da tahi yanzu bai karanta ba. Saboda wani shiri da ake ce ko rana sai ka ji yaro ya iya karatu sai ka ji yarinya ta iya karatu
sai ka ce rana ta yi rana
to rana ta rana wani dama wani tallafi ne ake samu can gwamnatin waje ta turawa UNICEF ake ce mata to da ita suka kawo abu GPE kai abin tun daga shekara 2012 zuwa yau kai tsaya ba ma gasa ake ba ina zuwa da Allah shugaban kasa a unguwa da unguwa ba a gasa
ana yi
gari da gari ba a gasa
ana yi
karamar hukuma da karamar hukuma ba a gasa to albishirin ka yaran jihar Katsina saboda ci gaba da muka samu wallahi yanzu suna kasan Malaysia za su gwamna da turawa kuma da izinin Allah da nasara za su dawo
Allah shi ka ana dawo
abin abu
ana dawo da tunani a gaba
shi wannan shi kai da ranko ka yanka ce shi ne ba an ce daga esma ka samu permanent ko
kwarai da gaske in ce ai ba ni kaɗai ba in ce mutum 1,200 wai na jihar ba mutum
takwas masu digiri da aka ɗauka a kwanan nan. Wai jihar. So da amma ki kake? Ai idan ka ga kwado da rawa bisa ruwa. Bisa bado. Ai maka ɗan shi a ƙasa. Can ƙasa. Ai kwamishina ba. Me ake ɗaga ce? Ai in ka ɗauki kwamishina, ka ɗauki ɗan majalisa, shi ɗan majalisar jiha. Na nan ka tsaka, ka daidaita shi da sanatoci na waje. Shi kwamishinan jiha. To, godiya muke so ya ɗan ƙarfi da to ai tare kuma da ce ba da harshen ruwa yake wanda yake tare da masu ilimi ne da turanci yake kike kamar ke ma ke ya wannan shi zan yi kware Hausa kaje ana yi to ne da kira to dare ni kai the honorable commissioner minister of education professor Alhaji Babangida Provost Badamasi to yawan cire Provost wai kai zaka fara duration to the Provost from Duchima Isakete the chief of UNICEF Mohammed Tara you come here all other protocol observed. First of all, sir, I have to tell you that when you come to Katsina, find out the Katsina state government is doing its best before you even interfere here with in terms of education, teaching and equipping schools and employing staff and teachers. We are very much grateful for the government of Katsina state. But you come, that other changes. Because from that time to date, honestly, there's a huge success we have accorded in Katsina state. So to say, now we are number one in Nigeria in terms of this process. We are very much grateful. And what I want you to do is, please, when you go round, please come back to the starting point. That is, please don't stop here. Our people in Kansas State is going to be hopeful out of what you donate to us. The only you need. Hukumar nan da suka haɗa gwiwa da Allah da Allah ba da sa abin da yake a cikin da Allah ta tsare da ake a cikin wannan da Allah ga yare to ga yare Allah ga yare kuma Allah fara mutum ne sai please Muhammad man ma ka ce wannan man wanda this man say please continue to do it please don't stop because we local communities we see the impact of what you are doing for us. Thank you very much. And we are going to please as you come here well. May Allah take you to your destination safe and sound. Thank you very much.
All right. Well done. Jama'a mu kara dama musu. Sun yi rawar gani na tabbata sun isar da sakon da ake so a isar. Maganar yaran da suka ce an ɗauka daga nan jihar Katsina su wakilci Najeriya zuwa Malaysia domin wata gasa. To DAS, wato Director Admin and Supply na Subel ya faɗa wani cewa yaran nan sun yi nasara su ne overall winners na the Chief of Field Office Kano, the drama group has just talked about some pupils that have been sent to Malaysia to represent Nigeria in a competition organized among nations. The Katsina State contingent has won a trophy and they become the overall winners of that exercise. This is the report we are receiving. The chairman should be leading the team, and we'll come back here with the trophy to be handed over to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State. This is another thing that we have kept, the GEF 3, because we have naturally impacted on those that are representing Katsina and Nigeria in this competition. Thank you for this achievement. The next is we will be taking the presentations as scheduled on these programs of events. So the first is G4G. We have listened to Mansoura Ibrahim. Now we are going to take Zainab Mustafa, PS. Zainab Mustafa. From my primary school. Which primary school?
Good morning to you all. My name is Zainab Mustafa. I came from Abukur Modern Primary School. I am here to support the movement. From Ring Local Government, Katsina State. I am in G4G. Ni ina yin jikoki, ana koya mu abubuwa, kuma mun koya, mun iya da haka muna godiya. Mun koyi haɗa bitittuka, mun iya sarƙa, mun iya ɗan hannu, mun iya zobe, mun iya ɗan kunne, da haka muna godiya. A jikoki an koya mu yadda za mu kare kanmu daga mutane. Kuma a jikoki an koya mu sabulai, kumra, keken ɗinki duka an kawo domin a koya mu ɗinki. Saƙa ma duka an koya mu. Mun gode.
So mun gode kwarai a Zainab Mustafa daga Rini. She said they have received training, skill acquisitions, that is to support their life. Under G4G, they learned how to make earrings, knitting, and other petite trades. And she thanked G4G under GEF 3 for the support given to them. The next is
the last speaker from Abuku Primary School. In fact, one of the reasons has been spelled out in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Edict of Step, that mother tongue shall be the language of communication from primary 1 to 3. So let us clap for here. Clap for her. Clap for her. For her. Thank you so much. She has done the right thing because you go by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the Constitution spelled out very categorically that teaching in their own mother tongue should be primary 1 to 3. Education should be a subject in that transaction. So she has done the right way, and we have to clap for you again. Clap for her. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Commissioner. Again. Again and again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director.
What the commissioner has just spoken is also backed up by research. So my colleague Saka very soon will be presenting some summaries of some research findings which went with GEF. And the study on languages in education did emphasize that we have moved away from the provisions of the policy. The policy requires that the medium of instruction should be the language of the immediate environment. That means Hausa between P1 and P3. There are also recommendations that English should not be a medium of instruction, but a subject. Should be taught as a subject. And therefore, by the time the children reach P4, they will have mastered in reading and writing in the mother tongue, and also transitioning easily to English as a subject. Saka will talk more about it. One of the challenges was that whereas we are saying P1 to P3 should be taught in the local language in Hausa. What the researchers found when they went to school, they found more books in English for P1 to P3, contrary to the policy. Therefore, it's a call on you, writers, publishers, write the books in Hausa and let us buy those books and give them to what? To the schools. And the children can learn and read those books in Hausa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Banda, for this contribution, and we have now fully understood why this policy is on the ground to use the immediate language for P1 P3. On this note, I would like to move on to invite the focal person that will speak on ITS, Integrated Quranic Schools, is Khadija Yusuf, Integrated Quranic Schools. Khadija Yusuf za ta zo ta magana a kan amfanin wannan shiri na tattali da suka samu a ƙarƙashin makarantun allo ko makarantun Islamiyya.
Assalamu alaikum. Farko da sunana Khadija Yusuf. Daɗin wannan makaranta ta UNICEF saboda a lokacin da kaninta bai iya sa sunana ba, balle da mahaifina a yanzu kauna iya da sauran na ji daɗi na gode sosai. Allah ya ƙara mun ilimi. Na iya lissafi, hiddawa, rabewa, kalmomi da sauransu. Don haka ina ƙara godiya. Na gode.
Kuma mun gode kwamishina, a gode maki, Mr. Ahmad Fara ma ya gode, Michael Banda shi ma ya gode, Honorable Justice Safiya tana godiya. Babu shakka what she has just said is before. So she has a son on mathematics. Go ahead.
Ba wata karanta lissafi wanda malaman suka koya min. Oyoyo, 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 baba ya dawo daga kasuwa, ya sawo mana goruba. Ya sawo mana goruba. An ba shi guda, an ba ni ɗaya, ya ɗauki ɗaya, saura ɗaya.
Oyoyo. Baba ya dawo ya san wani goruba. An ba shi guda, an ba ni guda, ya ɗauki ɗaya, saura ɗaya. Goruba nawa kenan? Education secretaries, goruba nawa aka zo da su? An ba shi guda, an ba shi guda, ya ɗauki ɗaya, na ɗauki ɗaya, saura ɗaya. Goruba. Ku taɓa wa kanku. That's very good. Mun gode kwarai. She was saying that before the this program IQS. She didn't know how to read and write. But now, as she is at a private school, she can read, she can write her name, her father's name, and she can make some calculations. That is mathematics, courtesy of this IQS. So she thanked UNICEF for this, and she thanked Katsina State Government for choosing Makarantar Mana Hamisu. Yes, the Father Hamisu Quranic School. Thank you. The next to speak to us is Rana, beneficiary of Rana. She is Ibrahim Yusuf. Ibrahim Yusuf, beneficiary of Rana.
The Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Education, Professor Badamasi Icharachi, the Hajia member from Higher Court, the other members of the Higher Table, the Education Secretary, really local education is LEA, where I come from, and the other secretaries, you are highly welcome and good day. My name is Ibrahim Yusuf. My duty post is Abubakar Model Primary School. I am here before you to give my contribution as Rana classroom teacher. The Rana program plays a significant role that provides people with the following abilities. Rana program under G3 comes with a new method of teaching known as I do, we do, and you do. This method of teaching gives us clearly that the method we are using before is totally outdated. This method of I do, we do, you do is the best method because it brings child more closer and involvement in the lesson. With the use of Rana program under the three, this program of Rana stops people from running away to school. A lot of dropouts were back to school mainly to benefit from Rana program. People learned how to read and write and calculate a simple arithmetic by the use of Rana program under the UNICEF. I, Ibrahim Yusuf, as a Rana beneficiary, I received series of training and retraining. That is why I'm fully competent. I can teach so many lessons, including English and Rana in general. Both teachers and pupils were very impressive with the introduction of Rana program under UNICEF
and your request for the program to be at continue. We hope Mr. Para is listening. The next is a Mothers Association, FTTSS. And the person to speak to us on this is Shafa'atu Yahya. Shafa'atu Yahya. Okay, Shafa'atu meeting ku da Allah a takaita saboda akwai sauran abubuwan da aka gabatar da dama. Now.
A beneficiary of FTTSS. With the help of this FTTSS, I got my admission of Isaka College of Education, where I have my NCE certificate, and at the end, I'm offered to be among the teachers of Katsina State Rim Local Government. Now I'm teaching school of Brim local government, that is Ladana Primary School. I'm teaching mathematics and various subjects because my course is PES Inter Science. With this help, I'm helping my sisters and brothers in the home and relatives nearby.
Thank you. Shabatu Yaya, a beneficiary of FTTSS. What this entails is a scholarship provided to females that finish primary school but they are not able to move on. So with the aid of this program, they were given scholarship to go to at least FCO, East African College of Education, where primarily they were enrolled, they obtained admission, and continue to get their certificate. As she testified now, she is a qualified teacher with National Certificate of Education, NCE. Can we clap for her, please? You see, she's an asked mother, yet she is in school and she got her certificate. We congratulate you for getting the certificate as well as being employed under this program. Thank you so much. The next presentation is from Survey. Summary presentation of the state-specific GEF 3 key intervention results, lesson learned, and recommendation. Then we take discussions, question and answers. So it is my honor and privilege to invite the representatives of Superior Ministry of Education to please come forward for this presentation. So you introduce yourself and continue.
My presentation, I'm going to summarize the key result or success so far recorded within the period, within the project lifespan. The outlines of the presentation, project background and environment, GEF 3 plan results, GEF 3 within the scope, the areas where the project covered within the lifespan of the GEF 3 or the GEF project in Katsina State. GEF Education Project Phase 3, 22. GEF 3 is funded by Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, managed by United Nations Children Funds, and implemented by the state governments through civil structure, that is, line ministries and departments. Then the outcome of the project contribute to improve social and economic opportunities for girls in northern Nigeria. Then the project has 3 outputs. Output 1 is targeting to increase access to and demand for girls' education. Output 2, improve teacher competency to deliver learning outcome for girls. Output 3, the component that has to do with governance to strengthening girls' education. The GEF projects implement through the 9 focus LGS, SUBED, Ministry of Education, where by 535 primary schools and project starts, it has a development objective, the planned result to be achieved through the series of activities to be conducted by the state partners. And school head teachers have improved capacity to support school effectiveness and efficiency. Children in 100 schools, 60 from primary school, while 40 from integrated primary schools have improved literacy and numeracy skills. 80% of schools have functional SBMCs, that's school-based management activities. Reliable and validated annual school census, which are used for targeting resources towards girls' education and informed decision-making in the state. 301,515 additional girls were enrolled. This is after the plan resolved to be achieved. This is the real situation where Katsina State is. We achieved 301,515 additional girls. They were enrolled in school with support from the GEF 3 interventions, including the enrollment drive activities, driven by the school-based management committee and mothers associations, and other stakeholders within the communities. Then 95% of girls enrolled in the focus primary schools during the project reached grade 5. 30,138 girls reached by improved teaching and girls-friendly learning environments. Capacity of 210 school head teachers were developed on instructions and pedagogical skills and leadership. The head teachers conduct school level professional development. It's a meeting between head teacher and teachers to discuss the pedagogies and other teaching aspects, and there they can solve their issues. Maybe when we visit them in the class during classroom observations, they have to have one-on-one interaction for further guidance. Children in 535 schools, 60 primary schools, 40 integrated primary schools have improved literacy and numeracy skills. 95% functionality rate achieved by the 535 SBMCs, supported by the project, surpassing target of 80% functionality. Consistent and validated annual school success report published and disseminated to the public in improved data management is recorded as State Ministry of Education, State Universal Basic Education Board, and local government education authority officials have capacity to lead surveys using improved data collection system. This bulletin is saying our education management information system and our data managers, their capacity has been developed to use a lot of various applications and software being introduced by the GEF project. Now, instead to invite outside consultants to manipulate or to manage our data, we have the personnel who have the sufficient capacity to manage data and come up with the meaningful information for decision-making in the state. On the course of implementation, Katsina State has recorded more results beyond the expectations, whereby a law on compulsory access to education and related matters signed by the governor, high-level women advocates, continuous advocacy on the implementation of the law with sanctions where applicable. Another bill for a law on 35% managerial position to the education sector to be allocated to qualified female public servants has undergone first and second reading at the State Assembly. 2,888 female from rural communities received joint GEF 3 and Katsina State scholarship. The program will go on FTSS, Female Teacher Scholarship Scheme, and graduated from Eastern College of Education, SCE certificates. Already the state has also deployed 812 to teach in public, rural, and junior secondary schools across the state. 2,520 teachers and 600 integrated Quranic school facilitators applied Rana, that is reading and numeracy activity, child-centered approach to improving foundational literacy and numeracy in lower grade of primary schools. Improvement in Hausa reading and comprehension skills is recorded in 535 primary schools. Next. Still for more results, Haske Integrated Quranic Centers received 400 teaching and learning kits for improved learning in literacy and numeracy activities. 600 junior secondary schools develop and implement school emergency preparedness and response plan. Handbook on safe school guidelines developed in English and translated to Hausa language for use by learners and community stakeholders for the safety of children. 30,000 copies have been printed and ready for distribution to SBXs, mothers associations, and children. School part banking is established in 60 junior secondary schools to reduce barriers and ditches to adolescent girls' retention and transition to levels of education. 200 female principals implement knowledge on menstrual hygiene management to scale adolescent girls' participation in junior secondary school and senior secondary schools. 180 G4G and H4G girls' schools groups established in 60 junior secondary schools. Adolescent girls acquire skills to remain in schools and achieve libraries. The software on teacher management and information system (TIMIS) was adopted by the state government to improve teacher management in primary schools, junior secondary school, and senior secondary schools. A total of 1,858 out of this figure, 466 were female. These early staff and teachers have been trained and their capacity has been enhanced to operationalize the web-based platform for efficient teacher management, need supply, development, and training. A robust and responsive learning assessment system and program developed to support the state learning outcome for schools. 413 out of this number, 25% are female. Teachers have been trained to conduct assessment for learning, which fit to Nigerian learning assessment system called NALABI. Implementing a large-scale program on increasing access requires a policy action to increase spaces for the new population. GEF created push demand for schooling, but response to supply side necessities was inadequate and increased rates of dropout by many children. This is the lessons we have learned within the period of implementation. Change in approach to data management requires investment in technology. Digitizing any should move with facilities and human resources. The key challenges we are outlined. Number one, the issue of insecurity. In most of the focus gave LGS, especially Judea, Pacific, Ankara, and Sampa, denied access to some communities for conduct of planned monitoring and mentoring support and quarterly surveys. More especially, the school support visits being carried out by mentors to learner teachers. Some affected LGS become inaccessible by the mentors and the field officers or field workers who will be there to conduct a survey. The COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown stopped schooling for more than 6 months. Children could not wait. Learning was disrupted, and GEF had to innovate system for continuing learning at home. That is not learning. Series of activities, education curriculum, and so on and so forth were conducted there. Another challenge, harsh economic position of the states and the emerging insecurity distracted government attention to life-saving interventions and now took the much needed funding to expand education services to meet the need of children. This is our recommendations. Endorse and implement the GEF sustainability plan, which a minimum target of 5-year implementation periods to perfect practices, that is 2023 to 2027. Review education sector plan to integrate high-yielding testing intervention from GEF.
Wonderful presentation, yes. Before I call the next person, let me quickly make this announcement, please. Akwai wani mai mota golf mai lamba KTN 55AA. KTN 55AA golf. Yawa, under this presentation, there is a question and answer session. So I will hand over the microphone to the Honorable Commissioner to share this session, question and answers. And I also want you to note that we have skipped some presenters, I mean from the beneficiaries. We have Fathers Association, they have not spoken. We have MA State and SBMC State. So they will speak after the question and answers of this presentation, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, question and answer session. In activity of this nature, some participants may have hanging observations or hanging questions within their minds and they want clarification. So in this view, question sessions are provided to clear the hanging issues in your minds. So we have 1 to 10 minutes. If you have any hanging question or observation or issue that of importance, you can be able to tell them. Professionals are here, educationists are here, even the pioneer Commissioner of Education to Katsina State Government in 1987. In 1988, when Katsina State was established or created, is here in person of Dr. Halima Adam. To so many people, they knew her as a medical doctor. But the education sector, she is our mother, being the first Commissioner of Education in Katsina State that was created in 1987. Ma, you are welcome to this important occasion. It is always important for us to know women, like what we have today, and the discussion on girls' education project. I think Katsina State did that. Any project to come to Katsina, because the past Commissioner of Education in Katsina State was a lady and a mother and a medical doctor. So you can even concentrate on asking questions about issues that she can answer. Because she saw yesterday, she is today, and she can project tomorrow. If anyone of you sits down, she is currently seated here, you can ask whatever question you want to ask in education, in medical education, and other important issues, especially on pediatric matters. I believe Ma, she can be able to provide solution to this. Thank you. Any question, any observation? Thank you. I'm starting with her.
To alhamdulillah mun saurari abin da mamanmu ta ce cewa ta ya kamata tun da zamani ya zo a ba da soft copies na wannan presentation din dan kowa ya samu. Haka ne yanzu lokaci ya zo shi sa muke cewa mun samu dama irin wannan wata rana waɗannan masu yajin aiki sai sun waye gari ba wanda ya je makarantar za a koya don an za a yi karatu. In dai aka je a haka da aka fara ba da certificate kila to daga nan masu son su yaji aiki su ma ba za su yana magana a sai na ne ba ce abin da suke ba daidai ba ne amma sun wuce gona da yi magana ta biyu mu educationist ga ES stand ga director mu na Ministry of Education. What she is saying that we need for us to ensure that policy on mother tongue and local language should be enshrined in teaching primary 1 to 3. We as supervisors, we as evaluators, we should ensure this one is done both in public and private schools. Mahakali, in kun je duba aiki, ku tabbata ana koya ma ɗan firamare wanda Hausa, wanda ya ce mai koya mai da Hausa wani a makarantar shi. Domin in kuriya makarantar kun yi daidai abin da National Policy of Education ta ce. In ko za a yi gardama sai mu ce wurin maman mu Aliya. Ya ta ce za ta ba mu gudunmuwa ta kowane ɓangare. Domin idan aka kawo policy, if there's any policy within a community, and then the people are not able to do the correct thing, we as evaluators, we should force them to do the right thing. Because the Constitution supersedes any other matter, any other book in Nigeria. So a private school system, teaching in vernacular, teaching in mother tongue, teaching with language of immediate environment must be enshrined from primary 1 to primary 3. Education secretaries, please take note. Zonal directors, take note. In both primary, in both private and public primary school, basic education. This message has reached the undersigned because they are all signed to us they will work for the betterment of education. So there you are the undersigned. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to talk about any other question? Any other question? Observation? Chogumi.
Provost.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Commissioner, Chief Basic Education and GEF Managers, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my sister, son of Nigeria, senior advocate of Nigeria, Ajasethia. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think the presentation have actually captured all the interventions with some key results. However, on the issue of the FTSS, I just want to observe one thing. I can see that quite a number of girls that have graduated were actually employed by the government. We should not forget about the aim of that particular intervention. That is for the girls to serve as role models. So I want something to be done either by the state, the LGS, so that they can follow these girls. Are they actually serving the purpose for which the intervention has been made for? Their presence in the rural communities, did it bring about any change, particularly on the girls and their parents? So this is what I want to observe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother, because you have a sister and you are my brother. So, okay.
Commissioner, my provost, the GEF officials, and the Chief Judge, all protocols observed. Please, there are just a few comments I would like to talk about, especially the first issue that Dr. has raised of using mother tongue from primary 1 to 3 in our schools. Honestly speaking, we as teacher educators, when we do go for TP supervisions, we observe some of these, or I would say we observe that this particular activity is practiced as a shrine. We find that most primary 1, 2, and 3, if you are going to supervise them, they teach in Hausa. Some of my colleagues do say that they even question them, they will talk to them that, but it is already enshrined that P1 to 3 should be taught in their mother tongue. The only difference sometimes is in P3. Sometimes, even though they are teaching English as a language, but they pinpoint some major words in English terms that they explain to them. I had lessons. I talked to him, he told me that for a while, the Hausa teacher was not coming. I just take it as a chance to visit the school. I talked with the head teacher. Then he was telling me they are planning to get a new one. I said, but Hausa is one of the core subjects that was, because he said, yes, they were teaching it, only that they will not get a new staff. So that's just what I wanted to.
Thank you so much. Because of time constraint, I think I only need clarification on 2 important issues. Number one, there was a mention of a new law as reported, signed by His Excellency. Now, we would like to find out, actually, in 2005, there was a law on basic education. So I don't know whether that law is the one that is reviewed or adjusted, or is entirely a new law. That is one. Secondly, I also need clarification on the activities of UNICEF are not touching on community secondary schools. What is actually the issue?
Michael Wanda, why no community secondary schools in GEF?
I just want to give a response to the last speaker. He was talking about, he was asking about the law. Actually, this law on access to basic education is a new law. It's not the old law that you know. It's a new law that was supported by UNICEF. It was an effort from HINWA with the help of the House of Assembly, and it was passed. The Executive Governor of the state signed it on the 11th of November 2021, and it was gazetted on the 9th of December 2021 as a law. It is a law to promote access to education for all school-age children. And it is a law that HINWA has been working on it, and we are still on sensitization level. In fact, some of you have had us on radio to sensitize people on the new law before it now takes off, so that every child who's a school-age child will go to school during school hours. Thank you. That law also includes those children that were married before finishing their education, and those children that become pregnant, probably as a result of gender-based violence or something like that. The tradition is they will be sent out of school because they are pregnant. It's now the right to complete their basic education.
Thank you. And with this, Honorable Commissioner will take the next presentation. The next is.
I will answer. Sorry, sir. The last speaker, one of his questions was answered by her. The other question is on the issue of covering community secondary schools or community primary schools. Please let us not forget, UNICEF has come with a particular package in assisting public secondary schools, public primary schools. They cannot even go around to all the public primary schools. As I'm speaking, we have about 2,800 primary schools in Katsina State. And what is going on presently with UNICEF, they are not covering all the 2,800 primary schools. Are you getting me? So they are making samples because the resources they come with is to give impact and to allow government to continue with the best practices. So that is why community primary and secondary school cannot come in here. And again, the other state government is operating free and compulsory education. But the community secondary schools are charging fees from students. So if they are charging fees from students, they can be able to add 1 naira to the other naira to be able to provide better education. I think they cannot cover all. That is why they have limited themselves to, are you hearing me? To only community, only public primary schools. The last week lecturer, Hajia, Doctor, you talk on teacher, Hausa teacher. Please, zonal directors, please ES. At the basic education, we must ensure each private and public school must have, I don't know, must have, put your language, must have a Hausa teacher. So if you go around to supervise, ensure in each school there must be what? Hausa what? We as regulators, when we come to provide certification, we must ensure that there is a Hausa teacher in any of the private or public school. Lastly, like what our mother said, you don't have people to gather together and they become dogmatic. If you become dogmatic, you refuse to ask questions, you refuse to make any observation, and then you are making your phone to chat while we are talking. Because I see some people chatting while we are talking, and they refuse to ask questions. And they are here, and I saw them. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes when we have functions like this, as teachers, examination at the end of the session. Because if we ask the participant, conduct of test will be made after the deliberation. Wallahi, people will be more interested and they will be more focused. Anytime you have gathering of this nature and participants know they are not writing any exams, any quiz, any test, they will misbehave. How do they misbehave? They may, when you are talking, they are chatting. When you are making presentations, they are talking. And the essence is to share knowledge here. So I'm very much in line with you. Never you be dogmatic. A dogmatic participant is contrary to the teaching of Socrates. Socrates was a philosopher and is still a philosopher. And from the education sector, we borrow a link from Socrates. The method of teaching Socrates came by is questioning method of teaching. Socrates was a philosopher, and to the government of Greece for then, Athens then, he asked a series of questions to the government. If the government said it will do that, then you ask questions of what it wants to do. You ask another question. You ask another question. You ask another question. And that is why we came by questioning method of teaching. There's no way you can teach without question. No way you can assess students without question. That is why questioning method of teaching, one of the methods of teaching, is one of the best methods of teaching. So never really become dogmatic. unfortunately, because many people don't want to question and don't want to ask questions, the government killed him. They used poison, compound. They gave him poison. After he died, they remembered they have killed an important personality within that community. Teachers, you have this literature in your books. Go and find out about Socrates, so that when you come to issues like this, you will not go out without asking questions, just like you said, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you, the contributors. Okay, yes, we are going to take the next. The next presentation is from Mr. Michael Vanda. Summary presentation of GEF 3 evaluation report.
Thank you very much, moderator. I recognize the time at which we are. So I'll start with, I'll try to be as quickly as possible. And I'll start with an exercise because we have already crossed to afternoon and I know how you are feeling in those chairs. So very quickly, can we all stand up? Yes. Thank you. I'm standing. Let's put our hands up. Up. Yes, like that. Shoulders, knees, and toes. Up. Shoulders, knees, and toes. One more. Up. Shoulders, knees, and toes. Okay, we can now be seated. Good. See, everybody is very active now. Basically, this morning, I would like to recognize the Commissioner of Education and our very good friend of all times for UNICEF, Professor Badamasi Lao. I also recognize Justice Aja Safia, who is the Senior Advocate for Nigeria. I also recognize the Provost from the University and from the college, and also all the chairpersons and the leadership that is present today. And more important, I recognize the children who are here because it's for their reason. That's why we are here. Without them, we will not be here. This morning, I think it's already afternoon. I'll try to be as brief as possible. But this presentation is very important. Very important because it goes back to answer all the questions that you were asking. So I call for your attention because it also answers the questions you didn't ask. You thought about us, so that it will be more informative and will help us to develop a way forward for our lady Katsina. This is an evaluation. For any good design of an intervention program, you start with establishing a baseline. When you establish the baseline, you design a strategy to intervene. When you design the strategy, you design the logical framework and the objectives. Now, that is very important to do at the beginning, especially for a very long program like this one, which took 10 years. Implementing the evaluation is called a midline evaluation. When you finish the program, big like this one, you do achieve what the program was meant to achieve or not. Now, there are Ministry of Education, the state governments, the SAME, the SUBEBs, the LGS, and also was funded by the UK government through the FCTO. Now, you might know we are in Katsina right now, but there were other states. We kept saying 6 states, 6 states. You may want to know them. It's Katsina, Bauchi, Niger, Sokoto, Zamfara, and Kano states. Out of those states, 5 started at the same time. The last one, 6, was Kano and was added only in 2018. And when it was added in 2018, it did not take all the interventions that the 5 states took. So the evaluation took recognizance of Kano being a late entrant. And lastly, GEF is also very grateful to FCDO for having financed $108 million, $108.4 million from 2012 to September 30, 2022. That is an equivalent of 78.5 million British pounds. Thank you very much. Now, the program had 3 objectives, and many people have talked about these objectives. In summary, one was to promote access. All gravitating around improving access for girls' education. Next slide. It had a very complex evaluation matrix. And because I don't want to go through that, then you go to the next slide, which is simplified. So, but it's through human interest story. When people tell the change they have gone through as a result of the project. When you listen to the stories, that is the impact. And lastly, we're going to talk about sustainability. I also reduced sustainability because SUPEB is presenting on sustainability. So I'll only mention a few things. And because Game 3 was about gender, we'll talk about gender and equity. So that is the outline of the project. So the first one is relevance. Relevance will answer why. And I talked about that. Why does it matter? What did it solve? Next slide. So in terms of relevance, the findings were that from 2012 to 2015, the main tenets of the project design had to be revisited in 2015. Revisited because the 2012 to 2015 was called the pilot period. So you pilot from 2016 to 2022 expansion period. You expand. And the expansion was in 2 ways. One was by diffusion, meaning you go to more states, like we went to Kano, and also by increasing the number of LGAs that are included in the project. And the third expansion is to include more learners to be enrolled into that project.
Now, in terms of the theory of change, GEF 3 was deemed very relevant by the evaluators for aligning its intervention to the objectives of the TOC. The TOC is the theory of change. Now, there were three areas of alignment. The first is early school enrollment, retention, and redress, which aligns to output 1. The second one was regular mentoring and training of teachers, which aligns to output 2. And the third was improving governance, which aligns to output 3. More alignment was that the interventions considered different stakeholders in its implementation. A lot of people were involved at various levels. IRWA, being a product of GEF 3, were involved as women of influence. Women of influence who would influence permanent change in perceptions, cultural norms, and how we view girls' education. Headmasters, head teachers, SBSC members, CBMC members. So it was all inclusive. And lastly, perceptions on the key informants and the focus group discussions revealed the following as relevant things. By addressing gaps in enrollments through enrollment drives, it was very relevant because enrollment was an issue. By addressing economic barriers through the cash transfer program, people said we have no money. Though education is free, there are intrinsic costs like buying a uniform, buying shoes, buying a biro, buying this, and we don't have money. And GEF 3 came and listened and then said, here is the cash transfer. And the last one, and I'm not going to belabor, was done by my brother. What's the name? Huh? No. Mustafa. Mustafa did a very eloquent presentation on the gains that GEF 3 had in terms of data collection, data analysis, data management, and data usage. They actually, sir, he informed us that we no longer have a job as UNICEF to do with data. We can retire, okay? We can retire to do with data because now the capacities have been built and they run by themselves. Exactly. So now, in our thinking as UNICEF, to say this is very good, but we are going to up the game. The next game is that we are going to go digital. So from analog to digital data collection, digital data analysis, and digital data usage. That is the next level of support. Next slide. Next one. Okay. And the second on coherence was that the project was aligned at 2 levels. One was aligned to the global goals, the SDGs, the OAU framework for Africa on education, and particularly for girls' education. And the second was it was aligned to the Nigerian government strategic plan and policy. Wherever you go, when you start a program, you have to ensure that there is coherence and alignment to what is available as policies. We are just talking about the language policy in Nigeria. And this one promoted the language policy through Rana, through Haske, and through Makaranta. Next. So, the second alignment I've already mentioned on national strategies and priorities. And the second evaluation was on effectiveness. And on effectiveness, what the researchers found was that GEF 3 would answer this question. To what extent the girls' education program achieved its expected results, outcomes, and outputs. And my presentation will spend more time on outcomes and outputs. So next. So the effectiveness indicators in terms of outputs are following. Improved capacity of teachers to deliver effective learning for girls. We are going to see that.
percentage of pupils achieving basic literacy in numeracy and literacy, girls' attendance rates, number of states with accurate annual census validated at 90% accuracy, and number of schools implementing safe schools guidelines. So this was at output level. Next, let's just look at how we performed. Now, this is very interesting. In 2012, when the project started, in terms of improved capacity of teachers to deliver effective learning, we were at 12%. 12% of the teachers who were assessed whether they had capacity to deliver effective learners, that was an aggregate average across all the 5 states in 2012, minus Ghana. But what was our target? Our target was 43%, 42%. What did we achieve? We achieved 2%, meaning that we exceeded the target. Number 2, the percentage of pupils achieving basic literacy in English in the 3 states. At the beginning, we were at 10%. We did not have a target because we didn't even know what it was. But at the end, we increased from 10% to 40%. This was slowed down in 2020, likely due to COVID, because there was no learning taking place. All schools were closed. Teachers were at home. Learners were at home. In pilot early learning schools, and this is what happened. We increased from 6.7% to 20.7%. From 6.7 to 20%, 20.7%. That was what the project achieved. In terms of girls' attendance rate, because we also promoted not only going to school, but to stay in school is measured by attendance. Okay? And what we saw was that at the beginning of the project, there was about 43% of the girls enrolled in each of the GEF schools attending lessons on the day of the visit. That trajectory changed very much, from 43% all the way to 70%. However, we were very ambitious, and during 2012, we put 83, that will move from 43 to 83, but we achieved 70%. It's still a positive indicator, however, and therefore we registered a 83% increase, but did not meet the target because the target was 83. Lastly but one, the number of states with accurate annual school census. Guess, our target was 5. Our achievement was 6. Why? Because we included Kano in 2018. And Kano and all the GEF 3 states have been evaluated and validated that their census, the school census, is tops. It's beating all the states in Nigeria, and that is very, very well done to you all who participated in capacity building in MS. And lastly, the number of schools implementing safe school guidelines. This was an addition as a result of insecurity, number 1, and COVID, number 2. Because of the increase in the insecurity, which happened especially from about 2017 all the way to 2022, we did not have a baseline, but by mid-line, we put a target of 300, and we achieved about 285, which is about 83% of the achievement. Just to highlight one, literacy scales for Katsina and Zambia were highest in Nigeria. Did you know? In all the 6 GEF 3 states that we implemented in GEF 3 in northern Nigeria, Zamfara, and Katsina had the highest scales of victory. So very big hands to Katsina. Now, what does it tell you? It tells you that it aligns with the professor's presentation when he presented about those statistics of good performance from Katsina. The study also acknowledges that. And next, the second set of indicators will look now at the outcome. We are done with the output indicators. Now, what's the difference between the outcome and the output indicators? The outcome indicators are higher level. They answer what changed, what actually changed. So they are higher level indicators. And above the outcome, we have a few impact indicators that we are going also to show. So the outcome indicators measure effectiveness. Next slide. And they are just listed there. So we'll go through them in the next slide. The first one was the number of girls enrolled in the program as a result of GEF 3. The aim of GEF 3 was to enroll more girls in the program. Very interestingly, as early as March this year, we knew that we had enrolled about 1.3 million. Now, as we come to the closure of the project, we realize now that our enrollment is actually higher. Our target is 1 million. We have now enrolled 1.5 million girls, far exceeding the target. When it comes to pupil-teacher ratio, now this is very important. This is very, very important. The teacher-pupil ratio dropped from a very good ratio of 1 to 45 in 2012. It is now become worse. It is now 1 to 77. And the answer is very simple. You did so well in enrollment. You enrolled more children into schools. You forgot that you needed to recruit more teachers to address more children. And as a result, also you needed to build more classrooms so that you have space for. Does it tell you what the next project should be like? I wish the commissioner was here, because already then you can start designing the next project which would aim at moving those numbers. Then what about gender parity? And this is also very interesting indicator. At the beginning of the project, the gender parity was 0.71, and our target was 1. And at the end, we achieved 0.87. What does it mean? Let me simplify. 1 means equal number of boys and equal number of girls in school. Anywhere 0.5, 0.6, 0.4, 0.3 means more boys than girls. When you reach 1, then you go 1.1. Our desire is 1, which is 50%. So what happened? We improved greatly from 0.7 to 0.87. Means this project brought in more girls to the education system. But listen, this is very interesting. For Katsina, it improved from 0.57 to almost 1. Meaning Katsina in primary education, you have now an almost equal number of boys and girls. Kudos, big kudos to Katsina. So this research is telling us that Katsina has performed in 3 areas above all other states. So now when it comes to girls' survival rate, those girls who survive up to P5 as a cohort at the beginning of the project was 79. If I'm wrong, I think it's about 62%. Automatically, I will not be laboring so much with 100%. I will then design the next program, which is focused on transition improvement of the girls more girls to get into junior secondary school. And then we have percentage of previously in-school girls and boys who returned to school post-COVID. Remember, we had COVID 2020 and 2021, and all schools closed. And we knew some of the girls will not come back. So what did we do? Massive campaigns, go back to school campaign, so that all the schools opened will have boys and girls mobilized to go back to school. We needed to measure that. So we targeted that every boy and girl who is out of school as a result of COVID must come back to school. So we put 100% as a target. What did we achieve? 94%. 94%. We lost 6% of the learners due to COVID. And I can tell you, it's not that they died of COVID, but for our girls during that time, they got married. Others became pregnant. Others started walking and doing other things. So, what does a policymaker and a politician, what does it tell to a policymaker? To be very extremely careful when closing schools. It should be, closing school should be the last resort. It should be the last solution. So if we close schools, we should close schools for a shorter period. And if we have to close schools for a longer period, we should put in mechanisms, alternative mechanisms to learning. Radio program, television, and so forth. Internet-based learning, and so forth. The longer we close the schools, the more the children will lose. Now, we go to the next one, which is about the number of girls in grade 1 linked to enrollment drives. Enrollment drive was a cornerstone of the GEF program. We did not have the indicator baseline in 2012. However, we put a target that will have enrolled 879 children as a result of enrollment drive by the end of the project. And the target was 2020, not even 2022. By the end of the program, we had enrolled 1.2,803,000 children as a result specifically of the enrollment drive. So enrollment drive comes out as one intervention with very high returns in terms of enrollment. However, we must note that cash transfer was also a contribution factor to enrollment. Then the next indicator was the number of girls, additional girls enrolled in IQS. Thank you, ma'am. There was a question on, did you only consider primary schools, secondary schools? We also considered in this program integrated Quranic schools. So at baseline, we had 6,000 children, girls enrolled in IQS in 5 states. Believe me, our target by that time, we said we can do it. Let's have 180,000 enrolled. And we surprised ourselves by the end of the program because we involved the malams, we involved the CBMCs, we involved the community members, and we involved every relevant stakeholder in education in this process. We ended up with 247,365 children, far exceeding our target. And also Katsina did comparatively very well among the many states. Lastly, and this is really an outcome, impact indicator, it is the rate of early marriage by age, 18 in target states. And why I put it last, because when you are giving messages, start with the good news. And then the bad news or the lesson learned must be the last one. So at the beginning, at baseline, we had 49.3% of the girls who entered into early marriage by age of 18. We did reduce that from 49, almost 50% to 30%. That is very good news. We did reduce. But that reduction is as a result of adding all the 6 states. When we separate the states, we see that Katsina, we are not doing very well. Katsina, by 18 years, Katsina 68.9%. Before 18, 72.7%, which is very high by 18. But if we say before 18, it reduces a bit to 68.9 before 18. Now, what does it tell us? It tells us that we still have a very big problem at Katsina in terms of AD. The last one is the girls' attendance, which improved from 43% to 74.4% at the end of the project. So this is very good. It comprises, it talks to the survival rate, it talks to the attendance rate, because more children come to school. At impact level, I only took one slide just to show you something, to elaborate on that. The pupil-teacher ratio, and the commissioner, honorable commissioner, we discussed something while we were away. There was one slide which showed that we put 1.5 million children in school, but it affected us negatively because then we did not increase the number of classroom spaces and we did not increase the number of teachers significantly at the rate which we increased the number of pupils. So we did increase the number of teachers, we recruited more teachers, but not at the rate to counter the number of children that were enrolled. And Katsina was particularly singled out. And similarly here, this is actually the flip side of it. What you see, BL means baseline. At baseline, the pupil-teacher ratio was 44, meaning 44 learners to 1 teacher. At midline, which was 60 learners to 1 teacher, it was becoming worse, meaning we were doing more enrollment. We were bringing more children into the system. And by 2022, September, we have now 77 learners to 1 teacher. Who knows, if the enrollment drive continues and everything, the momentum and the advocacy, we may be 100. By that trajectory, we will be 100 pupils to 1 teacher. We need to do something and we need to stop that trajectory very quickly. So as we plan in our next plan, the data is telling us that we need to recruit more teachers and we need to do more on infrastructure. Next slide. After effectiveness is program efficiency. I have only one slide. We were very efficient in utilizing of resources. And thank you very much, all of you. Issues of fraud did not come. They were dealt with. And money, according to this project, was used judiciously and for intended purposes. So thank you very much for that achievement. So the analysis showed that GEF3, both GEF3 and the cash transfer program had good value for money, had very good value for money. Next slide. Impacts, which is the last part of it. So the impact, as my brother had said, is observable change that is actually spoken by those people who are involved in the project, the beneficiaries, the children, the G4G who came here. They were telling us the impact. To pick a few, we did cash transfer to schools. And what happened was that there was an impact on school improvement as a result of school improvement grants. At baseline, we had 93% of schools in bad shape requiring repairs. 93% of the schools we started with required repairs. And it is very interesting when you dig down into data, they were saying 29% were not even usable. They were not considered humanly habitable schools. However, by midline, we had reduced from 93% to 61% of the schools through giving money to the schools and the schools using the money judiciously and properly to repair and fix the school infrastructure. And lastly, by the end of the project, we have at least 70% of that reduction, which is an excellent work. But you would see that here we moved from 61 to 70%. This is mainly because from 2018 we stopped that package of school and we moved on to support other packages. But what does it tell? You stop a package, you slide. You stop a package, you slide, which means we need to put more money going forward in infrastructure development. Next slide. The impact of cash transfer. The impact of cash transfer showed that for those families who received cash transfer, at least up to 68% of CTP beneficiaries household had 3 meals per day. So one of the impacts of cash transfer was that the family where this girl came from had meals, necessitating the girl to attend school. Next. Another good example of cash transfer was where you do runner, basket, and macaranta, and you combine that learning intervention with cash transfer. The results were greater than where you did only cash transfer or just a separate learning, just focus on the classroom. Why the results were higher where you have a combination up to 91%, in my opinion, is that the child is full from home, has a meal, and goes to classroom and given stimulating learning, which is child inclusive. Then they have a both package and are likely to perform more than those who have only one package of intervention. Next. Now, impact indicator number 3, age of marriage. Katsina, are we together here? So there was overall improvement compared to baseline across all states. However, for Katsina, we are still at 72.7%, highest by age 19. When you reduce the age, then it becomes lower to below 15. Now, if you look at age of early marriage, before age 15, the mix 2020 is talking about that as child marriage is 32% for Katsina. Now, I also brought in early childbearing, meaning a child is not married, but got pregnant under the child. So we needed to separate these. And then you see where we are in Katsina at 11%. At 11%. So these slides, Honorable Commissioner, are the slides you use to develop your next program. Next. And the last part, I think this is the last one on learning. It's our current mix shows that everywhere in Nigeria, not only Katsina, because Katsina has done very well, very well. I think it's among the top 10 states in Nigeria. But as a result of foundational interest in the whole Nigeria, we are only at 27%, meaning that we need to move, not only focusing on access, where Katsina has already reached 100% for private, but children are not learning. The foundational numeracy, we are at 25%, even in the West, that literacy. Maybe literacy because of Rana, Makaranta, and that, but numeracy, we are doing very bad. Next slide. Okay, and in terms of gender and equity, the gender parity for Katsina is 1. take that and we have done very well. Next slide. In terms of sustainability, I'll leave some lessons learned. Whenever you do any projects, there's some lessons learned. So we learned that, methodologically speaking, the comprehensive societal approach, where we included everybody in the way we designed the project and the way we implemented, everyone having a part, resulted into the highest results that we got. A wide range of social, psychosocial, in terms of emergency, the cultural, the religious, and the economic factors were all taken into account. Religious, we included the IQS. Economic, we did cash transfer. Social cultural, we included the areas and the society. So for every part, we ensured that we had a component. And also for attitude change, we included HIRWA. So every part had, and that was the best lesson. I think the best program is not a monolingual program. It is a multi-dimensional program. The second lesson learned is readapting. When we saw in 2014 that it is not working very well, we readapted the model and created a new GEF 3, maintaining the same outputs and outcome, but reducing them and ensuring that we have more driver focus. And also focus on massive enrollment and retention of pupils, which has given us the results of 1.5 million. That was a good lesson learned. Conclusions. So now GEF 3 has ended. Are we going to, where are we going now from here? The Chief of Education, Chief of Field Office, Kano, said it is the beginning of the new dawn, the new partnership. Okay? It is the end of the new code program, but it is the beginning of the new partnership. The old program has taught us lessons and priorities, so we reprioritize and create a new program. Let's look at what we can create. Now we have finished the GEF 3. Look, the problem of out of school is still there. In the Northwest, in those 6 states, it is averaging 39%. It's still there. Attendance rate is at 30%. The problem of attendance is still there. Not only in GEF 3, GEF 3, LGS have done better. But we cannot live in a microcosm of a few LGS. We have to take the whole state. Okay, so when we average by state, then we are doing bad. So the primary teacher pupil ratio, you saw it was 77%, but now when you take the whole Northwest, it goes now to over 100. And 1 in every 4 children only 1 in 4 children can read. That's why we got those 27%, because that is at 25% numerous. Only 1 in 4 can read a simple sentence. 50% of girls only transition to JSS. What was the number of girls who complete primary school? 100%. Those in 100% are enrolled in primary. Who are enrolled in primary? 100%. Those going to JSS, 54%. Means the job is still not finished. The job is not finished. Then we have 9 to 25 ratio of girl-boy completing junior secondary school. Meaning for every 9 boys, for every 25 boys who are completing junior secondary school, only 9 girls. Then we have 53% of children without birth certificate, 80% experience some form of abuse, including being beaten in schools. We have 17% requiring social assistance, requiring cash transfer. We have 17%. And we have 83% beneficiary incidence in the poorest quartiles of our Northwest state, meaning there is a lot of poverty and people need assistance. And lastly, the Northwest alone, we experience 2% of abductions and kidnapping,
nationwide. The whole Nigeria just move the northwest alone. 62% of abductions and kidnappings. Sir, we have a problem. We still have the problem. The 3 years ended, but the problems have not gone away. So, next slide. Out of school children, I zeroed out Katsina. Katsina, where 25% of the children are out of school. Completion rate, where I've put samples. Katsina again, 93%. And we are doing very well in terms of completion. 93%, but that is aggregated. Transition, that is where we have a problem, 51% for Katsina, compared to those states that were the GEF-free states, including others. Next slide. So the challenges include limited legal provision. I'm very happy Girwa is doing something. Poverty and social vulnerability, poor quality of schooling and schools, exposure to individual and collective shocks, including kidnapping and attacks on schools and COVID, gender inequalities persist, insufficient data and measurement tools in some states. Katsina has conquered that one, and no structural programs to address underlying root causes of the issue in a long term. How do we solve insecurity in the long term? Not just immediate. The immediate is to build an office and get a policeman with a gun and put him on the gate. But in the long term, are we going to get all the policemen from the police stations and put them in schools? No. So we need long-term solutions to underlying problems. Next. For UNICEF. UNICEF proposes 3 E's and 1 P as an approach. 3 E's plus 1 P, gender or sectoral approach going forward. So first of all, we must protect. Protect means to improve quality and coverage of child protection systems for girls and boys, adolescents, inclusive, to address violence, abuse, exploitation, and harm practices, and strengthen communal and family care. The second, that was the P. The 3 E's is empower. Tackle discriminatory social norms, equip girls, the G for G, she for she, boys and adolescents with life skills, and make them agents of change. The last one is to employ. Education for what? If a parent asks you, I take the child to school, for what? To read, and then what? We need to answer that question. So education must be relevant to employability. It doesn't only mean to become a doctor and an engineer, but to become an entrepreneur, to have life skills, to survive in vocational trades, to be a good carpenter and a good clerk, and so forth and so on. And lastly, educate. Keep boys and girls, including adolescents, in school, and by increasing access. And in this, in there, we are thinking about going beyond formal education. Our next country program, 2023 to 2027, we are focusing on going not only with the formal education system, but with the informal and the non-formal education system, so that we can include every child with an opportunity to learn. Thank you very much.
There has been an eloquent presentation from Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina. Mr. Michael Banda, we thank you for this educative and informative analysis of how GEF-3 was done in the first 10 years, particularly in Katsina. Can we please once more appreciate you for this presentation? The Honorable Commissioner, other distinguished personalities, participants, I think we will go straight to the next presentation, but my attention was drawn that you jot down your observations, questions, and what have you. At the end of the presentation, then we will be able to entertain you. So we will go straight to the next presentation. We are considering time because there are some people from Kankara off south there. Therefore, we have to finish a good time to release them so that they will start going back to their respective destinations. So may I now invite the presenter for summary presentation of GEF3 studies and research. GEF3 studies and research. The presenter should come forward, please. We are ready for you. But please try to speak to the presentation, I mean to slides, not to just go away of everything. Right. You have 10 minutes too. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. The Honorable Commissioner, sir, the Provost is Kita College of Education, the Chief of Field Office UNICEF, the legal members here present, all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Sakariba Ibrahim, Education Officer from UNICEF. My presentation is going to be on the GEF3 studies, evaluation, and assessment. During the course of the implementation for 10 years, GEF3 has supported a lot of studies to demonstrate evidence of the interventions, how they have worked, and what are the interventions that could be scaled up and that could be useful further in the states. We have taken Sokoto, Samfara, and Niger. I will be as brief as possible. Next slide. I'll be as brief as possible because of the time. During the course of the implementation, GEF3 FCDO project supported 33 studies, evaluation and assessments over the years. And this is a compendium of all the studies. I try as much as possible to summarize every study into one slide. Which means I have 33 maximum slides to run through. So this compendium summarizes the methodologies, the key results, the best practices, the lessons learned during the course of the project, and to give the state opportunity to look at all the interventions and what they can do to scale up the interventions going forward. We have three outputs in GEF3, as you all know. Output 1, which focuses on the access, as the 2 on teacher capacity, and output 3 on system strengthening and governance. This is output 1. All the results, the studies, evaluation, and assessment supported on output 1, they are numbered in 12. The first one, rapid assessment of enrollment drive campaign, of G4G intervention, of ILWA intervention, of school-based management committee intervention, and looking at the scalability of the 4 interventions altogether is another study. The next one is the effect of female teachers on girls' enrollment, attention, and the transition to secondary school. Next one is the RANA Gender Analysis Report, the impact evaluation of girls' education project, cash transfer program in Nigeria, evaluability assessment of GEF3, and the main assessment of GEF3, the mapping exercise for the second chance education, rapid assessment of Islamic, Quranic, and Sunday education in Nigeria, baseline report on attitude, knowledge, and practice of integrated Quranic school in Nigeria. These are the 12 studies, evaluation, and assessment supported under Output 1. Moving to Output 2, there are 9 studies supported in the course of the implementation of the projects. Number 1, the learning outcome assessment of RANA, that is reading and numeracy activity as the intervention, learning outcome assessment of girls' education projects, the evaluation of alphabetic and syllabic approach to teaching reading in Nigeria with evidence from RANA projects. Teacher need assessment, reading and numeracy activity baseline assessment, reading and numeracy process and efficacy of the intervention. Assessment of textbook availability in classroom and schools is another study under this output. A diagnostic assessment of professional development needs of teachers in Nigeria, and lastly, the study of school-based teacher development and study the student tertiary mentoring and counseling in Nigeria. Moving to Output 3, there are also 12 studies supported under Output 3 program. The first one is the comprehensive census of the integrated Quranic and non-integrated Quranic schools in Katsina State, the integrated Quranic school census in Bauchi State, as well as in Kano State, communication for development assessment in basic education in Nigeria, the behavioral analysis, mapping communication for development interventions and partners for basic education in Nigeria, research on the impact of violence in school on girls' education in Nigeria, the political economic analysis, institutional capacity assessment, girls' education project, baseline, mid-year line, and the end evaluation, and lastly, language in Nigeria, language in education in Nigeria. So these are 33 studies, evaluation, and assessment that get really supported in the course of the implementation. So what I'm going to do now is just to look at each of them, just one slide, and see what is the result, the evidence is saying about them. The first one is the rapid assessment of enrollment drive campaign, which examines what has been the impact of this particular intervention on girl enrollment and retention in the 6 states, including Katsina State. The result has demonstrated the positive impact 92% in Katsina State. This has demonstrated the impact of enrollment drive campaign on the enrollment and retention of girls in school. So the result also demonstrated that this intervention could be scaled at the states to all the LGAs and to other states that did not benefit from this project in Nigeria. The next intervention is looking at the Girl for Girls. It has also been demonstrated that this particular intervention has positive impact on girls' enrollment, retention, and transition. Let's look at the transition rates to GSS1 in the supporting states. If you look at the inception of the project, it was about 31.6%. But in the year 2020, it moved to 62% transition from the primary to junior secondary. So the recommendation in this perspective is that a new policy should be introduced by government, which will enable G4G session to be mainstreamed and included in the school timetable to ensure safety and security of the girls. The next intervention is about the ILWA intervention in Katsina and other states, which has demonstrated significant impact on the girls' enrollment, retention, completion, and transitions to secondary school. ILWA achieved this milestone through community sensitization advocacy on girls' education at state and community level by building the trust and ensuring the respect of the community members. The recommendation here is effort in advocacy towards achieving higher percentages of women in participation of authority in position of authority to be prioritized, and the findings indicated low percentages for Katsina, Bauchi, and Sokoto State. So within the higher number of women in position of authority in Katsina State. Moving to the next study, which is the rapid assessment of school-based management. It has been demonstrated that inclusion of the school-based management committee in the implementation of the dream project has made the project a success. The SBC have driven a positive impact on girls' enrollment and retention in school. Therefore, it is recommended that SBC should scale up to other non-gifted LGs and to be extended to other states to ensure overall increase in girls' education in Nigeria. Moving to the next intervention under put 1 of the 4 interventions I've described so far. So the evidence has shown that the 4 interventions, the enrollment drive campaign, the G4G intervention, the SPFC and ILWA, they are worthy of scaling up. Therefore, it is recommended that the 4 interventions can be expanded to cover more schools, new local government and new states in Nigeria. Moving forward to the next one is the effect of female teachers on girls' enrollment and retention in Nigeria, especially northern part of Nigeria. These findings cover some states as mentioned there, and it has been demonstrated that the female teachers have a significant positive effect on girls' educational outcomes. If you look at the key statistics that I provided here, 79% of urban schools have at least one female teacher. However, only 30% of rural schools have at least one female teacher. The evidence has demonstrated that the higher the percentage of female teachers, the higher the girls' enrollment rates in rural schools. And it has also mentioned some key barriers to the girls' education during the course of the intervention. Shortage of educated women due to parental refusal to send the daughter to school. Local gender norms around the role of women in society. Mobility challenges associated with deploying female teachers to work in rural communities. Therefore, there are numbers of recommendations in this regard. To mobilize rural communities to send their girls to school, very important going forward. The state government to prepare, recruit, and deploy more teachers to rural schools. Ensure that every rural school has at least one female teacher. Provide female teachers with adequate financial compensation. Adequate financial compensation, I repeat, to make rural posting more attractive. And lastly, to provide development opportunities and career advancement platform for female teachers that work in rural communities. Next intervention. This is the gender analysis. This one is just a summary I will provide. It looks at the power of gender in denying the females and girls access to some basic services, including education. So you can see that some of them, they don't have access to the basic because of these identified barriers. One, high poverty incidences at homes, household costs, early marriage, girl security in school, traditional practices, gender stereotypes, household and family constraints. These are the major constraints to access to basic facilities by female. And it is therefore recommended that means to enhance gender transformative interventions. The gender transformative means ensuring that whatever interventions that we introduce, we capture females and girls properly and we ensure that they benefit from the program. It is not only to ensure they are included, but they benefit as expected from the program. Moving to the next one is the evaluability assessment of the 3 projects in Nigeria. Evaluability assessment is to see if the project is ready for evaluation, if there are enough data to support evaluation, if the communities, the government, they are ready for the evaluations and they are willing to do the evaluations. From the analysis, it shows that there were no data to conduct the evaluation of girls' education project in Nigeria. Enough information available. The state government and community, they are willing to conduct the evaluation of the project. And it was mentioning that this project, the cash transfer particularly, was implemented in Sokoto and Niger. And from the experience we learned from this state, we have used it to implement the cash transfer in Katsina as well, but through educate a project, EDC project, but not a 3 project. So therefore, the recommendation here is that there was no major barrier to impact evaluation of cash transfer the 3 projects. In the 2 states, therefore, the project will be evaluated. And that leads me to the evaluation of cash transfer program in Niger and Katsina, which demonstrated impact on household consumption and welfare. It increased the household income of poor households, allowing them to eat better quality food more frequently. And also to a large extent, from the cash transfer program, they were able to send their girls to school. However, the CTP, that is cash transfer, had negative impact on some parent attitudes to boys, enrollment, and attendance. Where in some communities, once they know that the boys will not benefit, some of them will think, why are they not benefiting? That's why we learned from there that when we introduced the cash transfer to the EAC, we included both males and females, learning from this. So the recommendation here is the cash transfer is a good intervention that can increase the enrollment of girls. All these are the interventions under output 1. Moving to output 2 is the learning outcome assessment of RANA, which have demonstrated significant effect on learning outcomes in reading and mathematics. I would like to mention a key result from here. The finding revealed that in terms of reading and math assessment, pupils exhibit significant improvement in their scores across subtasks, which means the RANA has improved the skills of the girls in reading and mathematics. Then the learner assessment of GEF project has also demonstrated the impact, the positive impact as well. And this one is about the alphabetic and syllabic approach to teaching, which also has a very positive impact on learning outcomes. Moving to the teacher need assessment, I need to show what are the things that we need to put in place for teachers to perform effectively in their respective schools. So the research revealed that teachers' condition of service, lack of training and teaching books, low motivation, they are obstacles to teaching. Therefore, it was recommended that people using the syllabic approach had a significant reduction in probability of being a non-reader by 15% points relative to those taught using the alphabetic approach. So the 2 approaches work, but syllabic work better. So which means we can introduce this one. So I will go to output 3, which is the last output, and this is where I'm going to dwell more because it focuses more on Katsina alone. So this output 3, the first one is a comprehensive census of the integrated and non-integrated Quranic schools. This is the first of its kind in Katsina State. It has never happened. This was supported by the Girls Education Project, FCDU Finance, and UNICEF provided both financial and technical support. From this study, we find out that in Katsina State, we have a total of 7,913 integrated and non-integrated, out of which 6,931 are non-integrated. From these 7,913 centers we have in Katsina, we have about 1.5 million children in this. Imagine, in the non-integrated, we have about 1.3 million there. And the teachers, that is the facilitators and the Quranic teachers, we have about only 28,000 teaching over 1.5 million children. So which means call for actions. The state government should recruit, deploy 10 qualified teachers to the integrated Quranic centers. State government should train proprietary facilitators of IQS on basic teaching methodology, administrative skills, human management, and child management approaches. State government to adopt appropriate mechanism for the enrollment of Almajiri and out of school children into IQAs. Imagine 1.3 million are attending only Quranic school, which means all these 1.3 million children will need to find a way of enrolling them in either formal primary school or IQAs. Integrated centers should be included in non-integrated Quranic schools. The state government should ensure the sustainability of the census exercise and use the findings to inform planning and decision making. And the second one I would like to dwell upon is the research on the impact of violence in school on girls' education in Nigeria. Children who report having ever experienced one or more forms of violence are more likely to be out of school or to have dropped out of school in the past. These are the impacts of violence in or out of school. Children who experience one or more form of violence are less likely to be able to read a full passage even in a Hausa language. Sexual violence is associated with significantly worsening mental health, symptoms of depression and early marriage. Students who experience physical or emotional violence show worse social and emotional skills and self-efficacy. Therefore, the recommendations are as follows. Child Rights Act should be domesticated and implemented. In Nigeria, up to today, we still have almost 12 states that have not domesticated the Child Rights Act. Need to adopt integrated approaches and intervention across the states and ministries to reduce violence against children. Criminalize adults who engage in sexual abuse of children. Expand teacher training on alternatives to corporal punishment. Incorporate training on positive discipline and other alternatives to corporal punishment in your best teacher professional development training program. And lastly, improve school security, especially putting in place basic security infrastructure in schools such as fences and school youth support groups and community members to localize security solutions. Here is very important. The inclusion of the community in security strategy. This is what this recommendation is pointing out. Next is the political economy, which is a summary, is looking at how the state is developing the education policy, how we are using the resource, the allocated resources and use the resources. The state government differ in their level of financial commitment to the three. That shows the results. UNICEF used several advocacy strategies with ILWA across states that led to the release of funds of participation of highly placed and reserved traditional rulers in key activities. At this point, I would like to thank on behalf of UNICEF, the religious leaders, the traditional rulers, the SBMC, the ILWA, all the community members for their involvement and the participation in getting activities and ensuring the achievement of all the results. We are very thankful to you. This is the last one, is the language in education in Nigeria study. So I would like to dwell more on this, just 2-3 minutes and close. This is the use of language, the instruction in the classroom. Michael pointed when he was making presentation on the language of the immediate environment to teach. From primary 4 to 6, introduce another form of language of expression. Is that what is happening in our classroom? From the findings, it shows teachers regularly and frequently co-switch between the language of the environment and English. Switching between languages are often as 40 times in a 40-minute class. In a 40-minute class, teachers switch from one language to the other more than 40 times. Which means we need to make sure we follow the policy guidelines. I'm showing these small statistics here to demonstrate the impact of the use of the language of environment in the P1 to P3. You can see the assessment, little assessment, where they use the language of environment to assess the children, where they use the English, and where they combine the two. Of all the three methodologies used, you can see the children that were assessed in their own language, they outperform others. And teachers, they confirm that. So which means it's very important that we maintain the language environment in primary 1 to primary 3. The recommendation from this regard, national education policy to address the central role of the language of the immediate environment in learning at the primary grade level, to build the teacher capacity and capability to use the language of the immediate environment as a medium of instruction for all subjects, including reading and writing from primary 1 to primary 3. Provide teaching and learning materials in the language of the immediate for all subjects throughout P1 and P3. Strengthen curriculum and syllabi for reading instruction in the language of the immediate environment in P1 to 3. Teaching of this particular language as subject in P4 to P3. Even though you use it as a medium of communication in P1 to P3, you can still teach it, your immediate language in P4 to P6. And also English language learning as a subject from P1 to P6. So the English language will be a subject from P1 to P6, but it shouldn't be used as a language of instruction from P1 to P3. So we also have a lot of other studies and evaluations, but especially evaluations. Our education manager Michael has presented evaluations. Because of that, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Good luck.
Thank you. Mr. Saka Adebayo Ibrahim, the Education Officer in Nigeria, Kano. We thank you for this elegant presentation. And we have it's all encompassing because there are some complex issues that are studied and report were presented on. Therefore, this is a compendium of GEF 3 studies, assessment, and evaluation from 2012 to 2021. Saka, we thank you. Yeah, you can go. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, well, also, you please hold on. We will come to you. But let me see how I can entertain more presentations. We have only 2. So those that are good, only one. Okay. Presentation of the final state. Which one? This one. Sustainability. Okay. The last one is a presentation of the final state sustainability. She read English literature. Master's degree in education and psychology. Yeah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Members of the high table, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. Thank you. This is GEF 3 bridge. I'm worried.
Okay, before she comes back, let's quickly call on Zainab. Mothers Association. Okay, yes, from Mothers Association, Zainab Pico. Zainab Pico, is she around? Yes, so she will share the stories with us, how she benefited from this program, GEF 3.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان بسم الله الرحمن Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala. Suna na zai ɗauki kodin ƙaramar hukumar Limi kuma ni ce Mothers Association Chairperson ta ƙaramar hukumar Limi. Wannan program ya shigo da ƙungiyar iyaye mata na ƙananan makarantu kuma mun amfana da abu sosai saboda sun shigo da sun koyar da mu abubuwa da dama ta yadda za mu tunkari abin da ɗin wayar da kan mata iyaye mata da su kansu ma ƴaƴa mata a cikin ƙauyuka da garuruwa. Wannan program da ake magana a kai shi gaskiya ni na ji daɗin shi kuma ya ba da damammaki da yawa. Saboda yanzu haka ba karɓar hukumar dutse ne ba. An ɗauke ni a matsayin master trainer ta jihar Katsina kuma wannan program shi ya kai ni garuruwa daban-daban a kai training ɗina suka ba ni certificate as master trainer ta community review promotion a Katsina State yanzu haka yi master trainer ta jihar kuma ba a ƙaramar hukumar ba. Kowace ƙaramar hukuma a jihar Katsina ina zuwa in yayi. A ƙarƙashin wannan da suka yaye mu kuma suka danƙa mu a cikin hukuma mu ta SUBE. Wannan hukuma ba ta kasa a gaba ba. Yanzu haka ta haɗa mu da BESDA mu monitoring officers ne. Muna monitoring ɗin BESDA duka program ɗin muna ciki. Dan gaskiya ni a je jihar Katsina ƙananan hukumomin duk da yake zuwa ina aiki wasu ma suna min lakabi da rana in sun gani za su ce min rana saboda gaskiya na amfana sosai. Waɗannan jagorori namu wa mutanen Hilwa iyaye yayyunmu sun yi ƙoƙari sun yi jihadi sosai a wannan program don sun sadaukar da kansu lokacinsu komi da komi sun wayar da kan mutum sun tinkari abubuwan kai tsaye kuma sun koya mana sun jajirtar da mu gaskiya kuma mun ga amfani shi. Na gode kwarai Allah kuma ya sa a ci gaba Allah kuma ya ƙara mai goma da wannan abu. Mun gode Allah sa.
Mun gode kwarai Hajiya Zainab Dikko. Rana ta fito gari ya waye kenan. Masha Allah, Allah ya taimaka. So we are going to continue from where we will take this presentation from Hajiya Zainab. Well, while they are trying to fix this problem, let us call MA State, Hajiya Zainab Suleiman. Hajiya Zainab Suleiman, or Zainab Suleiman from MA State. Is she around? She's not? Oh, prayer. Okay. Okay, let me call the SVMC State Chairman, Chiroma Ingawala Bedlo Depo. Is he around? He's not around? Okay. All right.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Members of the High Table permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Thank you. This is a presentation of Katsina State sustaining the GEF project. Since May 2020, Katsina State has benefited from the Girls Education Project, that is GEF 3, 2012 to 2020, and the no-cost extension period up to 2030. to assure that school-age girls are in schools and transit to the junior secondary schools are here. The key implementing partners are Ministry of Education, as I said, the State Universal Basic Education Board, the State Agency for Mass Education, Isaketa College of Education, the Department of Girl Child Education and Child Development, and the local government education authorities. Products within the GEF Phase 3 and the extension period. Output 1, enrollment drive campaign, high-level women advocates HILWA, G4G and E4She platforms, coordination of girls' education, teacher training, scholarship scheme, menstrual hygiene management skills for adolescents, school safety and security, and advocacy. Output 2 covers capacity building of teachers and head teachers on RANA. RANA is reading and numeracy activity. Teacher management and support mechanisms, that is the teacher management and information systems, where with just one tap of the keyboard, you can get an information on any teacher in Katsina State, where the intervention is taking place. RANA impact assessment and advocacy. Output 3, capacity development of SBMCs, CBMCs, and Mothers Association. Rollout of expert, digitizing EMIS. EMIS is the Education Management and Information Systems. And annual school census, inclusion of IQSs into EMIS advocacy. Okay. High-yielding GEF products, that is the TIP consensus. Category 1, GEF 3 phase. EDC is the enrollment drive campaign. We have so many acronyms in UNICEF, you have to pardon us, but we'll try to explain them. EDC is enrollment drive campaign. EMIS is education management and information systems. ASC is annual school census. G4G is girl for girl. SBMC is school-based management committee. CBMC is center-based management committee. MA is Mothers Association. RANA is reading and numeracy activity. HILWA is high-level women advocates. FTTSS is female teacher trainee scholarship scheme. IQS is integrated Quranic schools, the micro grant. Category 2, extension period. Safe school mechanisms, where we try to ensure that girls are safe in school. Putting mechanisms and structures in place to ensure the safety of girls and other children in school. Support transition for health. Yes, G4G has transited from the primary school to the junior secondary school. Develop teacher management and support mechanisms, that is the TIMIS, where information about teachers can be accessed with just the click of a button in a computer. Institutionalized responsive learning assessment framework. This is a paradigm shift from what we have. This is new. Learning assessment is now formative. We are trying to do away with summative assessment. We have started training teachers in pilot local governments where teachers will now be more inclined towards formative assessment rather than formative assessment. As a plus to Katsina State, 20 master trainers were trained by UNICEF on this learning assessment. And there are 5 out of those 20 that were fortunate to prepare a test item for EAC end-line results. And these 5 people have been recommended to examination bodies, national and international examination bodies, as assessors of their examination items. So these 5 out of 20 are already doing that. Thank you. Demonstrate digitizing the EMIS. Sorry. Status replication. Statewide enrollment campaign. When UNICEF started, it was only in the intervention state, LGS, but now the state has taken custody and the whole state now does enrollment drive. Campaigns driven by SBMCs and Mothers Association. Annual school census enjoys 100% scale up by the state and development projects BESDA, Agile, GPE, NIPEP, etc. The RANA program has also been scaled up by the state to include the 16 LGAs and BESDA. And RANA, Isafeto College of Education has gone a mile further. We are now doing a certificate course on RANA for both research and inset students. Anybody that is interested can apply to Isafeto College of Education and they will be trained on a certificate course in RANA. Thank you. Hilwa asserts independence in mobilizing resources and funding activities. Well done, Hilwa. Local LEAs sector, that is the lesson developed by 13 additional local governments with support from BESDA. The RANA teaching strategies have been incorporated into the national curriculum of the NCCE. So now all NCCE students in Isafeta are exposed to RANA curriculum. It has been incorporated in the new curriculum that has started this session, 2021-2022. Programmatic evidences. Appropriated budget of Ministry of Education, Student and Survey, and the Department of Child Education capture relevant products introduced by GEF. 3. Including the enrollment drive, the ASC, the MS, the SBMC functionality, FTT, SSES. The state in the last 2 years has disbursed 44 million naira to these girls, 50,000 naira per girl in the last 2 years. The state has approved and disbursed 44 million naira to these girls in the Southern College of Education through the Office of the SA Girl Child Education and Child Development. RANA expansion from lower to the upper grade. Yes, UNICEF intervention LGS and EAC intervention LGS have all benefited from lower grade and upper grade. So now we have the whole of lower basic covered by RANA. And to more schools within and outside the focus local government. The expansion of the Girls Education Steering Committee for Inclusive Services. Provision of teaching and learning materials by the state government to IQA centers. Systemic evidence. The child protection law domesticated by the state government. Hero advocacy led to the signing into law on compulsory access to education for all children, especially those who dropped out due to marriage or other circumstances like pregnancy. Another bill for a law on 35% managerial position for selected your free products to be scaled up. Output 1, community-driven enrollment campaigns, girl-for-girl platforms, safe school mechanism, system to sustain menstrual hygiene among adolescent girls in school. With regards to menstrual hygiene, I would like to applaud Agile for initiating the pad banks in junior secondary schools. A girl can come to school and then she happens to have her period, that can keep her out of school for the period until she's clean. But now if a girl happens to have it in school, there are people, especially her own classmates, even if it is for the first time she's having her period, she doesn't need to panic, she doesn't need to run away from school. Girls like these help her out and teach her how to take care of herself in the school. And then the pad banks are there for her to access a pad in the school. So she doesn't need to run away or run home and miss school just because she's on her period. Output 2, RANA right at lower and upper grades, yes. Teacher management and information system TVs. Learning assessment framework. I have spoken about the change in paradigm, the shift in paradigm from summative to formative assessment. GEF 3, output 3. Community participation in education delivery. That is the SBMCs, the CBMCs, and the Mothers Association. Digitalized EMIS, that is Education Management Information Systems, and the Annual School Census. Kilo functionality. CESP, that is State Education, CESP review. Sustainability Action Plan. Community-driven enrollment campaigns will cover the 34 local governments. It will be supervised by SUBE at the rate of 35 million naira over 5 years. Girls for Girls platform, we already have 9 local governments that have enjoyed G4G. So within the span of 3 years, we are going to have an additional 7, an additional 9, and an additional 9. So by the end of 3 years, all the 34 local governments will have been covered by G4G. The responsible agency is Ministry of Education, JSS, and the budget is estimated at 15 million over the span of 3 years. Safe school mechanism, we are trying to keep our girls and boys safe in school. Frontline LGAs, where we have insecurity issues. Ministry of Education is in charge, and we have 270 million naira over the span of 3 years. School pipelines, I've spoken about them. 28 LGAs for now. We have 9 that have already started enjoying. So if you have 28 to 9, we have 34. Agile is doing that, and at an average of 30 million naira within the span of 2 years. So in 2 years' time, all schools should have a pad bank. Rana Light, 5 local governments per year. That is aside those that are already benefiting, and it is SUBE. The budget pipeline. TIMIS, Teacher Management Information Systems Implementation, all the 34 local government, the agency in charge is Ministry of Education at rate of 34 million naira within the span of 2 years. Sustainability Action Plan. We have the what, the where, by who, and budget. Learning assessment framework, the shift in paradigm that all the 34 local governments, Ministry of Education and SUBE, and the budget line will soon come up. Education governance, SBMC, CBMC, and others association, all the 34 local governments, Ministry of Education, SUBE, 34 million naira within the span of 2 years. Digitized EMIS and adult school census, 34 local governments. Ministry of Education is in charge, and it is 16 million naira within the span of 3 years. The census and lesson review, 34 local governments, Ministry of Education and SUBE, budget line. Hero functionality, the whole state. By who? Agile, and it is a partnership between Agile and Hero. Thank you. And the indicative budget for the next 5 years is 1,274 million naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Ajia Hawa from Isa Kaita College of Education. The Honorable Commissioner, the High Court Judge, Provost Isa Kaita, the Chief Field Officer Kano of UNICEF, and Manager of the GEF 3. And this is where we come to the end of the presentations. But before we invite the Honorable Commissioner, who is now representing His Excellency the Executive Governor of Katsina State, to endorse the state GEF3 sustainability plan. Permit me to invite the Oroso group to just entertain us for 3 minutes. Oroso group, we have unanimity uku, dan girgiza mutane sashi. Sai na tabbata an taka koya ne. Mun gode kwarai kuma ina ganin daga wannan za mu ɗauki item na ƙarshe which is endorsement of the State GEF 3 Sustainability Plan, which is going to be done by no other person than the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Katsina State, Right Honorable Abinibil Masari CFR, and the Honorable Commissioner Ministry of Education, Professor Abdulmasi George.
We are back again. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. All praise be to Allah for keeping us alive up to the end of this marathon presentation. Most of us are getting tired but because it is an education activity, we decided to hold on. The effort is to come up with a large fund for the endorsement on behalf of the state government. Since the banner is not available with me, and a proxy, I hereby endorse. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Akwai kan ne lafiya. So we now invite the UNICEF Chief Field Officer, Mr. Baran, the manager of GEF 3 in the 6 states, the High Court Judge Hajia Sakia, the Provost Isa Keta College of Education, to accompany His Excellency, the Governor of Katsina State, Right Honorable Amini Bello CFR, to sign this document. As you can see, Katsina State Ministry of Education, State University Education, all superior and state agency for mass education wishes to extend our widest gratitude to Foreign Commonwealth and development of its FCDO for its support to girls' education in Katsina State from 2012 to 2022. So your contribution has been increased, girl enrollment, retention, completion, transition, and literacy rates in the state. Thank you once again. Signed, Honorable Commissioner, on behalf of
On behalf of the state government and the people of the state, and when the content herein, contribution, girls enrollment, retention, completion, transition, and literacy rates in the state, I hereby sign.
Let's have a group photograph here, please. The stakeholders photograph. Yara nan kuma wasu yara daga cikin su shigo nan nan. Some of the students should come and join this group of podcast. Zo, ke mai primary uniform shigo. Ku shigo nan. Look, students in the
Okay, sorry.
So, Your Excellency, with this signing of the appreciation letter or document to GEF and the group photograph, we come to the end of this August gathering of closure of this GEF in Katsina State. So we thank everyone that has come and contributed to the success of this event. And I would like to invite somebody that has been here but has not spoken, but he uses sign language to translate what has been, what we have been doing here outside world. He is Hosseini Yakub from Savannah Local Education Authority. He's a classroom teacher and he did well, and we appreciate you. So you will lead us in the close of prayers.
ci gaban ilimin jihar Katsina ga 'ya'ya mata da suke primary level junior secondary school senior muna addu'a ubangiji Allah sai mu haka Allah kuma ya zama da kasar mu lafiya ya mu lafiya Allah kuma ya ƙara kawo shugabannin mu wani ya ba su kuma hanyar da za su duka taimakon mu Allah kuma ka ba mu ikon musu biyayya dukkan al'amuran da za su da shi wanda yake daidai wanda kuma ba daidai bane Allah ka ba su cewa wannan abin da za su ba daidai bane su canza shi ba daidai ربنا هب لنا من ازواجنا وذرياتنا قرة اعين واجعلنا للمتقين اماما سبحانك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله.
National anthem. We rise up for the national anthem.
Emang